Cybersecurity was a problem this month.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a problem every month, but this month it was a really, really big mess in healthcare. Um, so Iran has been shown to have conducted the first significant cyber attack against the U.S. this month. Um, and that happened right after the quote unquote war started. And they took out Stryker, which is a major medical equipment manufacturer. And that impacted our ability to get a lot of materials that we need for surgeries actually into the operating room. And their supply chain was just completely demolished in this whole thing.
That is fantastically bad.
Yeah. So as it's been sorted out, it turns out that it was a file, and they're thinking that they didn't actually lose any because there was an update this week where they don't think that they actually lost any real customer data. But in the meantime, they dramatically interrupted operations, and so this is now what 2 years in a row where we've had a hack that has majorly interrupted healthcare in the U.S. Because that last big one hit the insurance companies hard. So we had major pay disruption. This company got hacked, and that really hit our supply chains really hard. So who knows how all this is going to play out? Some of the Stryker people were laid off, or I guess they weren't officially laid off, but they didn't have anything to do for a week, and so now they are actually suing Stryker. For having to have not collected a paycheck for a week.
Precisely who is Stryker in terms of the healthcare space?
So they do equipment. Stryker also does, I think they do screws. So, David, if you had to have a screw put in, that might have been a Stryker.
Okay.
So I probably have Stryker hardware in my arm and shoulder.
Maybe, maybe not, because they do subspecialty stuff, and then there's like Medtronic and a bunch of other companies that do stuff. But
I
a Stryker tool was probably used.
I guarantee you, I could go and because of how itemized this stuff was, I guarantee you, I could go and find precisely what the brand was. I think I could even find the serial numbers if I was careful enough to.
Yeah, that would not surprise me at all.
I think it actually in one of the reports, the surgery report that I read, did point out what the serial numbers were for all 7 or 8 of the items that were installed, which was mildly horrifying.
Yeah, so they do like joints, and then a lot of the equipment we use like Stryker drills and that kind of stuff.
That's hilariously bad naming. An orthopedic manufacturer is called Stryker.
Yeah.
It's not good.
And the reps are always incredible to work with. I mean, actually all the reps for the most part for all companies are pretty fun to work with. Yeah. But I mean, well, they come in the OR and they actually help,
Okay, fair.
But yeah, it's that was a pretty major attack that really slowed down a lot of work across the entire nation. And it happened, I don't know, I think I heard about it like 12 hours after the conflict in Iran started. So I mean, that was like, to me, that was one of the fastest outcomes of that all coming together.
That's mind blowing and quite terrible.
Yeah, and it was a couple of weeks where we were,
just
really monitoring the supply chains,
completely out of sorts.
Yeah,
I was not expecting that to be what we led with.
Sorry, we started talking about your class and things that you learned in your class.
Yeah, but no, let's go with that. Real quick, let me do an intro. Hi, everyone. My name is Neal Parker, and this is the Cheerful Adventure Company. To my immediate left is Gene Hobbs, and down on the far end is David Bliss. This is our podcast. We don't know what we're doing, but we're trying. We will get better at this. We're getting better at some stuff. No, we're probably not going to be better at it.
We might have peaked.
We peaked before we started. That would be next.
We likely peaked.
Yeah, we likely peaked before we began at any of this. So
I'm definitely over the top.
Oh yeah, well, I think we're all slightly over the top, but that's okay. We have unsolicited advice and unqualified opinions that we believe everyone is entitled to. Jeever, bless you.
Thank you.
Yes.
We also have pollen.
Yeah, we also have pollen. It is now we are towards the end of March. This is our March episode that we are filming. And in the time that we recorded from February, when we recorded it in February and made lots of jokes about us not invading Greenland, to the end of February, not even into March, what did we do, gentlemen? We didn't invade Greenland, it turned out.
Yeah, we seem to have other plans on the
We
nations.
have other aspirations. We have invaded Iran, or started bombing them, which will play a part of some of our conversations. All right, let's see, gentlemen. Gene started out with quite a horrible hacking experience. David, would you like to go next, or you want me to go next? I got one real quick.
Go ahead.
I got one real quick.
I'm going through mine organizing.
I got a happy one.
Ooh.
Punch has gotten a girlfriend.
Nice.
The monkey Punch, the little guy that was rejected by...
Oh, the one carrying the...
Yeah, the one carrying the little doll monkey. Yeah, he's got a girlfriend now.
That's awesome.
Happy. Yes, go Punch. I saw today he was defending her honor from another monkey that was harassing her. Really? I know, he's quite the little gentleman. I loved it. So Punch is getting himself settled and just doing well. That made me happy. The rest of this episode is going to be appalling, but
That's not necessarily true. Okay, mostly, but
mostly, yeah. I don't have a whole lot of good news besides Punch.
Yeah.
But that was
how much that entertained me this time was happy news.
I know. It's been grim, folks. It has been grim. I got a couple of good ones where we have some people to make fun of. But there we go. David, Punch the monkey has a girlfriend.
That's a good one.
I think so.
So another thing, what's something that people like to give, their wives or girlfriends sometimes? They grow in the ground.
They grow in the ground. Diamonds. Diamonds or other gemstones. Flowers.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I was going more basic.
Yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
So,
I don't think do gemstones grow?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Otherwise, you couldn't have a lab-grown gemstone.
Okay.
Because it layers them.
I knew you did that with pearls. I did not. Well, I guess I hadn't really thought about it enough. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Well, one of the
So
things
flowers.
So one of the things that I found interesting was that Lego, as a company, actually this year has shown incredibly good operating profit by growing 18% this year. And one of the things that they specifically mentioned was that they have reached out into many of these more unique types of Legos. So they've got the ones now that will light up when you use them. Apparently, those come in the Star Wars kits. I have not personally seen one like that.
I must have one of those.
Right? Like I was very interested to see that. But then I also realized that this is the first year since my child was really small that I actually bought Legos. Okay. And what I bought was the flower kits. So rather than buying actual flowers this year for Valentine's Day, I actually got the Lego roses.
Ah, okay.
And so that's one of the things that Becky got to do was put together her gift, and that's a good distraction from all things that are stressful and good for anxiety and resilience. And personally, I thought it was kind of a fun idea. Last year, I actually got her the what were they? It's a different kind of flower. I can't remember what it was now, but got a different kind of kit last year, and she really enjoyed it. So tried it again. So I thought it was cool that I'm actually contributing to Lego's continued rise. But it's things like those kits that for an old guy like me, it's been kind of an interesting turn.
So I've got in the most recent Lego that I put together. I'm not a Lego collector, but I like video games and the like. Was a almost piece for piece, like properly sized Game Boy, the original Game Boy.
Yes.
I built that, and the cool thing about it is it comes with two games that slot in and lock in, and the little screens. You have to change the screen out, but you can put this little screen in, and I've got, I believe, Zelda and Mario both.
Ooh.
I was very happy with this. I started this years ago. I've got a Saturn V that I've come nowhere close to putting
The
together.
rocket?
Yeah. Yeah. I built like stages 1 and 2 out of it. Or maybe just stage 1. It's about yay big.
You know, Mach.
But the whole thing, yeah.
Okay, you didn't say that.
Oh, it's a Lego Saturn V. Yeah. Okay. Could you imagine what
Gina, they're like, I mean, like Gina, they're like, we know you have a farm, but like,
No.
are you doing the astronaut farm?
And we know he wants a tank.
I still wish I'd bought that one.
I do too.
I got offered one once.
Yeah.
Was it you and me that were talking about
Might have been.
yeah, it was at the thing the other night. The
Yeah.
tanks and the Wayne with the World War II
Yeah,
deck
could've
guns
gone
for
$10
sale.
grand in the 80s.
Fantastic, yeah. Yeah, we're not the kind of people that should have either tanks or rocketry, frankly.
Animals in tech. You ready?
Do what?
Animals in tech.
Absolutely.
Uh-oh.
You know where this is going, right?
I think so, yes.
All right.
Yep.
This is the New York from Post. Squirrels are vaping e-cigarettes in the park after mistaking the fruity aromas for food. So people are dropping their vapes. The squirrels are attracted to the sweet, fruity smell, trying to eat them, and they're winding up vaping on dropped vapes in the park.
That's not good. Well, I will say also, as somebody that
The pictures are awesome.
I've seen the one in the upper right there. Yeah, that's not a good look. As somebody that really was a heavy smoker, I will say getting nicotine out of my life. I was very happy when I got it finally done. Also, for quite a lengthy period there, I was not a nice or good person. I did not like meat. Not just did other people not like meat, I did not like meat for a little while.
I started when I was like 25, so I was a late smoker. And then I probably smoked for 10 of the next 20 years.
Yeah.
Like I would quit for a year and then smoke a year and then quit for 6 months and smoke for, I quit for 4 years once and then smoked for 4 years again. Like it was bonkers, but I just kept picking them up.
Yeah, no, I don't plan on picking that up ever again. That was the last time I went through it. I was like, I have to make sure that I don't
So
do this.
I downloaded an app and it tracked how long it took for different health conditions to drop off. Right. And I kept watching it. And when my lung cancer rate dropped to a non-smoker's rate, I deleted the app.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's
So
a
like,
good
I
place.
kept going until that was the last one.
How long was that?
7 years.
So, all right. So I'm just barely past that.
So when is someone going to create the Angry Squirrels game?
Because they can't get the vape on.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like, this
wait a minute. Do you remember?
somehow seems like something that's going
There
to
was the monkey that was addicted to cigarettes, like back in the day. Yeah, this is about to be a problem that we've introduced.
Yeah.
Okay.
I remember the addicted monkeys that were on Big Bang Theory.
I don't remember that. The only thing I can remember about Big Bang Theory was the robotic arm, and we're not going to go down that path.
No, that's funny though. That was Sarah Farrah Fowler. That was one of her addiction studies was the smoking monkey.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Took me a second to remember who Sarah Farrah Fowler was, but okay, I'm caught up.
Makes me want to drink. Speaking of drinking,
I saw this.
the other estimate that I was completely blown away by, but when the trade war started with Canada,
Canada, we're sorry. We were not consulted.
trade wars in general, we're sorry. But it turns out that a lot of the Canadian alcohol merchants have remained in the stance of not putting
absolutely
American-made liquors on the shelf. So Jack Daniels and Jim Beam both reported a $143 million loss. And they noted that their exports plunged by nearly 70%. as a result of the trade
There's
war.
two things simultaneously happening here. One is the trade war, and two, they're saying that the generation that follows either you guys or follows me. I'm slightly younger than these two, but not by much. That they are drinking substantially less. Good for them. Good for them. Yeah, considerably less.
And that's why they're not happy.
I think that they're happy in other ways. Well, I think more likely, David, is they're unhappy because they can't get paid quite like they should, and they can't have almost no chance of buying a home for a lot of them.
Is also why the birth rate's down.
Yeah. Like I don't like them drinking. I would understand if they were actually drinking more, but kudos to them for not. So there's that. They've embargoed us. I actually have slightly embargoed my own country. We've switched over to clearly Canadian sparkling water in our house, and two, I now only buy tomatoes that were grown in Canada for some reason.
Man, you just be hating.
Interesting.
Well, I'm not sure exactly how that latter one came to be, but somehow I am exclusively, and this has been going on for almost a year now. Every time I see a tomato in my house, it doesn't say made in Canada, product of Canada, making tomatoes. Yeah, my little one-man embargo with the United States is going well.
Interesting.
It's very limited and targeted embargo, but I'm embargoing us.
Can honestly say I've never looked at those things when they're in the house. I just haven't paid attention. But
Well, clearly Canadian's the brand name. Yeah.
They're probably
Yeah.
not Canadian.
It is Canadian. Well, actually, that's very funny because they like the best flavor from my childhood was alpine berries, and I'm not sure what an alpine berry would be. Now it's
Sounds
blackberry.
poisonous.
so that's not
I know it
legal.
does, doesn't it? But it's something like birds only can eat, not people.
As long as it's not like a dingleberry.
Oh,
So did you hear?
let's not go there. Gene.
Maxell has released a Walkman
Who?
for your old cassettes,
Okay.
and it is complete with a USB-C charger.
Who's doing this? That's brilliant.
Maxell for your old cassettes. They
Yeah.
Walkman that's USB-C charged.
Oh, I love it. We
I saw the
actually.
thing. I had to actually verify.
Please send me the link for that because I actually still have old cassettes and
Me too.
yeah,
I have my whole cassette there. They're probably ruined because they've been in the garage so long.
probably not, but it would be a good idea to digitize them if you want to. There's a couple of the ones that we've got that I absolutely know are no longer in production. Like you would not be able to get them on any other form of media, like stuff from the Storytellers Convention. There's some fantastically hilarious stories that, as far as I know, are only on magnetic cassette tapes. Could be wrong. Probably am.
Interesting.
Probably am. We're talking about tariffs real quick. I got a fantastic story. So in terms of countries that recognize the U.S., I believe Morocco was the very first country that stepped up and said, we recognize the United States. We'll form a agreement with them in a trade agreement and that sort of. I think Morocco was actually, oddly enough, the very first one. Props to Malaysia. Malaysia has been the first country to declare U.S. trade deals null and void after the Supreme Court loss.
Wow.
They just sent everything right back to the drawing board. Good job, Malaysia.
Wow.
I was a little bit stunned. And the thing is, like, that could actually be a little more of a big deal than one thinks because, A, everything's going to have to be renegotiated now. That's been completely blown out of the water. But B, there's going to be an awful lot of companies that we import a fair bit of stuff from Malaysia. Yeah. We import it is a very populous country, and it's a very productive country, and it's one of our important trade partners. But yes, that agreement on reciprocal trade has been rendered ineffective. It is null and void.
Wow.
Yes, that is pretty harsh terms there, and export sectors are quite large, both raw materials and other stuff. And now, boy, when we step in it, we do a good job of that.
No joke.
Yeah, our international policies have been hilariously bad for a little while now.
I thought was interesting, but the Artemis Accords, speaking of policies, Artemis Accords had another meeting this month. I should have pulled this one up before we got started, but I forgot.
That's okay. What
Um,
exactly are the Artemis Accords, if I may ask?
They are a set of non-binding multilateral agreements between the U.S. and other governments regarding cooperation for space exploration. So another round of those happened this year, and so some of that drafting occurred. But the U.S. also just this month also announced that we apparently are going to create a place to live on the moon. So lunar bases are something that are back on the table.
I just
That
heard
was
the
a
U.S.
little bit
is
of a
going to
surprise.
send a reactor up within the next 5 years. I heard.
Yeah,
I thought that was a little ambitious, frankly.
Easier on the moon
I'm curious about that
because there's
because
gravity. Like you need gravity right now. That's the big thing about putting them on ships. But if
okay,
you're just shipping it, and you're not starting it up, you could use a standard pressurized water.
okay. Well, I guess my question is like when you have to shift the control rods around, right? You're relying on gravity, aren't you?
To do which?
To like raise and lower the control rods in a
No.
reactor. You're not
They
relying
use
on gravity.
control rod drive mechanisms. They actually latch and screw.
Also, it's like a big auger, not auger, but like a worm gear or something.
Yeah, like a worm gear.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then they're spring released.
Okay. I don't know why I figured like
No.
it's like a chain. Yeah.
That's what it used to be.
Yeah, the guy comes by with like a machete or an axe and chops the.
Axe.
Really?
Scram, supercritical reactor axe man. That's the emergency shutdown. It's because
I know scram is the term.
when they
Wait,
were
that was a.
just playing with them. They ran them across a set of wood, and there was a guy there with an axe in case there was a problem.
And it really is that is the acronym.
That's what I was taught in the Navy.
I mean, yeah, but
No,
oh wait, no,
I don't know spicy brain, and I remember the dumb stuff.
Yeah, no. But the military can be very silly about naming things because, like in the Marine Corps, I'm fairly certain that they call athletic running shoes go fasters.
That sounds like a Marine Corps thing.
Yes, this is also our branch that eats crayons.
What
So
do they call those snacks?
yes,
Have you seen the Marine that made them? I send them to friends sometimes.
oh, he made edible.
So there is a Marine. The company, I believe, is Crayons Ready to Eat. He makes 8 flavors / colors. There's like blood red and grass green, and they come in MRE packs, and you can drop ship them to any Marine stationed anywhere in the world. Here, I'll pull it up.
Okay, so you have 2 things that you need to send to me. That's fantastic. I'm going to buy a whole bunch of crayons.
that is incredible.
There you go. I'm sorry. He changed the name of the company. It's now called Mill Treats Inc.
Is the word crayon trademarked? Can't be.
There you go. Crayons Ready to Eat. 24 pack. $24.
Oh, that just makes my
See? They
day.
come in these colors.
That's
What?
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Like, I'll pull up the names because he's got them. 6 crayons. They are Jarhead Red, Squid Blue, Dogface Green, DAWG, Flyboy Yellow, Huddle Pirate Orange, and Space Cadet White. It's got the ingredients listed and everything. There are actual videos if you're in the right groups where like they'll be on a helicopter and guys will rip open a pack and start handing them out to guys in the helo hanging out the door with their repelling gear on.
That's awesome.
That is awesome.
But they're actually edible and they come in an MRE pack.
There's my local grocery store has hot sauce in hand grenade bottles, which I thought was kind of cute, but that tops it by a long distance.
That is incredible. I love it.
I do
That's what I
too.
like about this because the weird conversation, I'll be like, "Oh, there's a thing for that." Like
Unfortunately, yeah. But unfortunately, the weird conversation takes us into weird places. But I'm fine with this.
They embrace it.
I know.
Yeah.
That's why
I absolutely know. That's why I didn't
Yeah,
mind
but-
using the term play on
like
here.
a Crayola box cake.
Well,
Like you get a sheet cake, but you paint it up like an actual box of like the 64.
well, is that like the Marine Corps' birthday
No,
present
yeah,
cake?
we've given them. My favorite was we used to have a guy in HR here named Joey.
We're gonna change that name.
But
We used to have a guy here.
yeah, you used to have a guy here. So
Just one.
our wonderful training lady, she comes into my office and she's got a water bottle. I might have told this before, I don't remember. But she's got a water bottle. It's a standard water bottle. And she comes in and she's like, "Can you help me open this? My son tightened it too much for me." She's got like a young teenage son and he had cranked mom's water bottle. She's small. So I was like, "Okay." And she brings it in. She goes, "It's okay if you can't get it. Try it." Now I would say an ex-Marine, but there's no such thing as an ex-Marine.
No,
so he's not.
They're very, very
Right,
vocal
right.
about
So
that.
she's handing it to me while she's talking about how he tried it and couldn't get it. Well, I did a lot of pipe work in the Navy, like fitting, and you learn how to. So
Yeah.
Somebody's tried it, so it's hard. So I lock it down, and it comes right off,
Oh no.
right? And
Now,
she's
what
looking at me
did
and
you
she goes, "There is no GT way. Like what the?" And I was like, "You just go tell that Marine that you had to have a real man from the Navy do it, right?" And she's like, she takes off. I hear him stomping from his office, not 15. I goddamn loosened it for you. Two grown ass men having that petty fight right here in the building.
You know what I would have done? I would have had it on there pretty snug, but if she'd been clever, what she would have done is put like one of those jump out snakes in there. So when one of y'all did manage to get it loose, you got a surprise.
Doing it on purpose.
Mm-hmm. That's funny.
Oh,
That's very funny.
right. Who's next?
Go for it.
Go for it.
Go for it.
Yeah.
Ooh. So I'm on a couple of sites, and I'm not sure. I'm still trying to determine which ones of them are accurate and which aren't.
Uh-oh.
But I did think that the man who ran onto the field at the Super Bowl.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you hear the rest of it?
Nope.
I mean, wait.
He bet $50,000 that someone would run onto the field at the Super Bowl, and then he ran onto the field at the Super Bowl. Won $374,000 for it happening and paid a $1,000 fine for being the guy who did it.
I don't ignore this.
Nice.
Like that's the part that you want to hear about, right?
I wonder how that's going to, if Polymarket or wherever they did that would play it out. Because have y'all seen what's been happening with Polymarket and the betting?
I heard about like some weird stuff.
Okay, no, this is a problem. People are betting using highly classified knowledge, like how they're making bets on things war related.
I had heard that.
Yes, things would be. People are making very. It's not just insider knowledge; it's classified insider knowledge. It's almost like, what is the expression? The tail wagging the dog. Uh-huh.
Wag the Dog was a good movie.
Yeah. I have a feeling that's kind of what's going on here. I've been just turning the flashlight on my phone. That's hilarious. No, the notion that somebody would place a bet on that is going to be, if we bombed this particular target or that particular target, and then it pays out should that happen, I mean, David, you had to have a pretty significant security clearance to do what you did.
Yeah, not as bad as you would think.
I would hope.
Now I have cleared significantly further for a
Yes.
job I didn't get,
I'm-
which was the Secret Service.
I'm where so, but the thing is, with all of those clearances, generally the assumption is that you're not going to talk about what you know. Isn't that kind of like
Yes.
the whole point of it? Yes. So if you were,
Unless it's in a signal chat.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah. But if you were to place bets on, the stuff that, because you were going to be actually able to be in the Oval Office, correct?
So during my interview, they asked me if I knew why I was there.
No.
And it was in the most uncomfortable in the room because they actually took me to an interrogation room for one of my interviews for the uniform division signature. I get it. Polygraph sucked. Physical, like there was a lot. But said, we know what we're doing. So I was like, for the job? He said, no. He said, we are clearing you to stand in the Oval Office, armed, with a gun, with the president there, talking to whoever the president might be talking to, about whatever they might be talking about. And just mind your own business unless something bad is happening.
So could you then, based on what you would hear in there, imagine that you could go and play some wagers?
I would not.
Yeah, no, I would not either. I can imagine that somebody,
Rules, I think.
I think,
Sometimes.
yeah, I think all three of us do to some degree. But I will say that the notion that A, somebody is doing effectively that, and B, that the gambling sites are letting somebody do that and pay out. I believe somebody just placed a bet for where the payout is $1.5 billion. That came out today.
Wow.
Yes. I have a feeling that whoever's doing that is going to get caught, and it is going to be someone where our current administration is like, oh no, pardon.
Well, we've shown several times that operational security is a problem. The Iranians, obviously, in taking down a striker like we talked about earlier, have an extremely well trained cybersecurity group, and the fact that they're using ad data being served to telephones to target non-frontline military members is a challenge, and the fact that that can be done at all is a challenge.
That is a vector. That's how they were doing that.
So there's one potential possibility that it was done. I don't see where it's been proven because it's still under investigation, but I did see one article on that, and then there was another Navy person in another country, and I can't remember what it was, that their aircraft carrier, they were actually running on their aircraft carrier this month. And the running app that they were using identified where the carrier was.
That was a Charles de Gaulle. That was the French carrier, the Charles de Gaulle. I saw that. That was
Yeah.
hilarious.
So
Yeah. It was in the
apps on personal,
Mediterranean, I believe.
yeah, apps on personal phones are becoming a bigger and bigger operational risk.
I seem to recall, like, right at the start of the cell phone thing, the Navy was absolutely saying, hey, you cannot have these on ships at all.
We had them. You weren't supposed to, but they used to shut down the payphones too because we had wall phones.
Yeah.
But they would shut them down during operational necessity.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't really want your sailors saying, calling home and saying, hey, we just launched a whatever against whomever.
More importantly, you don't want somebody tuning a missile to look for cell phone emissions and track in on that.
Did y'all see? So at the start of the
That's a real.
yeah, no, that has resulted in the early end of an awful lot of Russian officers in Ukraine. That was how they hit, I believe, an intelligence post. They've lost a couple of field generals, field marshals, or whatever they're called in Russia. There's been a bunch of them, not any lately. I think that the Russians figured out, hey, we probably shouldn't be having our cell phones turned on. But there was that, and there was also when they, in terms of cell phones, it blew my mind that somebody would be this stupid. They were making dinner reservations in Kiev prior to the invasion.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Was that as bad as the White House dinner?
Uh-oh. What?
It was it War of 1812?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, War of 1812. There was a state dinner scheduled in the White House, but the British overran Washington. So they sat down and ate the dinner before burning the building.
Well, that's just dirty. But
Yeah, it's.
I mean,
it's a factual thing. Like
I
it
believe-
really happened.
Yeah.
that's hilariously appalling and very funny. I approve of that. I like it.
Yeah, there's been a lot of cybersecurity, like I said, this month. One of the other big ones was there was a API key thief who racked up over $82,000 in charges in 2 days against a company. And that company is now facing the possibility of having to file for bankruptcy because of the expense of having this
Which-
use their API key.
Which key, what it was a key for what?
Gemini.
Oh boy, okay. Yeah, all right. I guess that can get expensive quickly.
Right, but $82,000. Like, do you? I was trying to figure out like how much data would you have had to have requested in a 2 day period to get to $82,000?
I don't know about with Google or Gemini, but I know you can do that with AWS pretty quick.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't take very long, but
No, no, you could do that. You could do that in not terribly long amount of time at all.
yeah, that to me was another one where okay, so the risks exist now. Clearly, there's a need to put some kind of throttle on it so that if you see a company is used to making $100 or $200 days, and then all of a sudden they've got $1,000 day. That's a big jump in a single period.
Yeah.
Is there a way to check on that? Maybe this company is used to doing $20,000 a day, and then suddenly they're at $80,000. Maybe.
So usually when you have accounts like that where you're auto billing, like you have the ability, like whether it's Google Ads or anything like that, you can put the threshold
Yeah,
and
for the
say,
month.
hey,
Yeah.
don't go past this.
Yeah.
That seems to be like the company made a bit of an oversight there.
Yeah, I don't think Google's gonna let them get by without paying that bill because
No.
realistically,
Oh,
it is what it is.
Google and Facebook both just got. Google is definitely not going to let that bill go because Google and Facebook both got clipped pretty hard by this lawsuit.
Oh yeah, I found that one.
Yeah, okay, I'll let you do that one.
Oh, you can.
No, go ahead because
I have to
you can
So
dig.
figure out which tab.
He's going back to it. So Sam Haltman this month also was talking about the energy costs related, and he commented that AI is something that might ultimately be charged just like electricity at your house. So intelligence,
Paying for intelligence. I saw that.
yeah, so paying for intelligence, too cheap to meter is is the actual statement that he made. I thought that was an interesting concept, but knowing that somebody got hacked at 82,000, or I guess a company got hacked at $82,000 bill, like, what happens if your house then suddenly gets hacked? We talked about man in the middle earlier.
Yeah.
That would not be a hard thing to do in a residential neighborhood.
No, it would not be a hard thing to do in a residential neighborhood
Oh,
at
yeah.
all.
And so the skyrocketing energy costs there could just be absolutely mind blowing.
So we just, in terms of energy costs, we're going through a 1970s style oil crisis because a French newspaper reported yesterday that 20% of the oil infrastructure in the Middle East has been blown up or damaged. And we just, another relates to another French company. We have just decided that we're going to spend $1 billion stopping somebody from building a windmill farm off the coast of North Carolina and another one off the coast of, I believe, it's somewhere up north. I don't remember.
Yeah, because we have good consistent wind off the coast.
Yeah,
Like,
we
that's
do.
been brought up a lot.
Well, that's like why the Wright brothers came down here
Yeah.
to do the flying around bit because regardless of the time of the year, we've got wind, right? If you look at the coast of the United States, and it's an amazing statistic, we at the coast of the United States are closer to Bermuda than most other major cities in the U.S. It is a lot closer to Bermuda than most. And North Carolina, because of the length of its coastline, how it comes out in that weird shape, we are the second most hurricane prone state in the U.S. Florida's number one. And then we stick way, 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 way out into the water. We're number two.
Ooh. Stupid question.
Yeah.
What is the closest U.S. state to the continent of Africa?
Hawaii. No.
Gee,
Alaska?
Maine.
I was thinking it had to be far north.
Yeah.
I mean, makes sense.
Is it
Okay. Those are the hop
Over the
over.
top?
Yeah.
Believe me.
Yeah.
But just
I'm not.
I thought I was going farther up, but yeah.
I'm not Florida. I'm not Florida.
it's not how far up it goes. It's how far down it goes.
Yeah, that's one of those things that, like, when you talk about weird geographic things, obviously the world is not flat, thankfully, but when you look at like the map of the southern part of the United States and you've got Texas, and if you stand on the easternmost point of Texas, you're closer to Florida, going all the way across the Gulf of, what's it still, Gene? The Gulf of
Like Mexico, as far as
Gulf of
I'm
Mexico.
concerned.
Yeah, it's Gulf of Mexico. You're
It's also still illegally the Department of Defense.
Yeah, I know. But if you're on the easternmost coast of Texas, you're closer to Florida than you are to the western side of Texas. And if you're on the western side of Texas, you're closer to the Pacific than you are to the eastern. People don't understand how big stuff here is. It's gigantic.
Mhm.
It is appallingly big. We had a person when I was working through grad school who legit thought that she and her buddies were going to drive out to Vegas for a long weekend. Yeah, Gene just made a face.
North Carolina?
Yes,
For a weekend.
for a weekend, a long 3-day weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to make it on the other side of the Mississippi, given the
Well, they-
speed that those people drove.
What do they say?
Driving a
Houston,
plane?
No.
if you
Yeah.
drive from Houston to San Diego,
Mm-hmm.
the halfway point is still Texas.
Yeah, I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. Houston is lovely, by the way. It's a very diverse, very fun, very interesting city. I've been there exactly once. I intend to go back.
All right, Meta.
I got a story out of them.
Harmful to children.
Yes.
Mexico, $375 million penalty for knowing it was. and
Yes.
doing nothing about it.
Yes. Infinite Scroll Meet Your Doom. I loved it. I absolutely, in my personal opinion, I think Mark Zuckerberg is a tool, but but yeah, the damage that
Less than 1/5 of what the prosecutors were after, though.
whoa, really?
Yep.
Well, then I guess the attorneys got their money's worth.
Yeah.
But yeah, wow.
Hey,
That's-
what was that number again, David?
The award was $375 million.
I gotta say that's like 2 hours worth of revenue for either company, but
Looks like they were looking for like $2 billion.
yeah,
So
couple billion you'd notice, but
a whistleblower actually just called out both Meta and TikTok for allowing harmful content. So things that drive outrage, things that
Mhm.
make you mad, to actually increase engagement.
that has
That
been
came out this month as well.
that has been a very known
No
thing
one
that
would know.
outrage sells. Outrage sells really sells a whole lot better than wholesome fools.
Yeah.
Which is weird because I only joined Facebook to share stuff with, like
People that I care
these
about.
pictures of my kids.
Yeah,
so I don't have
exactly.
to send them to mom individually and dad and
Yeah.
who
Yeah,
they are for everybody.
yeah. Like the promise there was good right up until people figured out let's monetize this, and let's start pushing the limits of monetization. Monetize it's fine, but
So speaking of money,
oh no.
found it twice, but the guy in Florida, go figure.
I have a Florida story as
Short
well.
on money. So he stole all the change at his friend's house he could find and turned it into a Coinstar for $29.30 so he could buy stuff. But it was $33,000 worth of rare coins that he turned in.
I think friend is not the right word there, David.
Nope, not anymore.
Not anymore. Not, I would say not ever if you're going to do that to somebody. We're talking about.
How is he storing those where somebody just thought it was loose change?
Oh, he might not have. I mean, like, I got a I got a jar full of coins that are older than me. You know, if they, my dad used to do it before his birthday, and like I just found because I'm still cleaning out stuff, getting ready for my mom to move in, but like opened one box and I found 100 bicentennial quarters and 100 wheat pennies.
Yep.
Just like I'd had them, I hadn't put them
Yeah,
with
yeah.
other stuff. So I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. And put those with the
Yeah,
with the
but for a coin to be worth, for that few coins to be worth that much, it seems like they would have taken them and like put them in the coin cases and actually protect the quality of the coins.
maybe.
Expensive.
I have one
coins
proof
like
it's
that.
worth about 3.
At least one of them should have been.
Like those pennies are worth 3 to 9 cents each.
Well, that's probably going up now because they are pennies and we don't make them anymore.
Also, valid point.
Yeah. For a while there, I don't know if at what point it stopped being the case, but melting down pennies was worth more than the pennies.
Well, it's probably the case for nickels right now.
I
know the metal is
Well, that's
worth
happened
more.
for
I don't know
gold
if
and
it's
silver
even
coins a couple
separated.
of times.
actually, if you go to like I think it's pre 1965, so 64 and earlier, nickels are worth substantially more metallurgically, for some reason.
But even the ones with zinc in them now are still worth a lot.
Yeah,
More
fair.
than 5 cents.
We're talking about in this state, North Carolina produces a fairly large bit of electricity. Right, we've got multiple nuclear power plants in the state. I believe we are a net exporter of energy, but don't hold me to that.
I don't know.
Yeah, David would be the person to ask, but
Right?
yeah, I think we're a net exporter. North Carolina
Which one?
energy power.
I missed a key, please.
North Carolina,
Go back to sleep.
are we? Yeah, North Carolina.
That's my next story.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think North Carolina is a net exporter of energy. Correct?
Ooh. I don't know.
I
I know we use.
I know we used to be. I don't know
we
we.
use 9.8 gigawatts a year
Yeah, which is a lot.
because in class we learned that there's a lot of kerfuffle because they're trying to put a 5 gigawatt data center.
Yeah,
And everybody's like, that's
50% more.
more than we currently. Like,
That's-
what are you doing?
So we have 2 nuclear power plants in this state. Down one at Lake Norman and one here, right?
Sharon Harris.
Yeah, Sharon Harris.
Only 2?
Yeah,
I thought we had more than that.
no, we got quite a few.
For a while, they were looking at adding a 3rd reactor to Sharon Harris. I got contacted about that for being a commissioning agent.
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the company that was looking at the contract found me and realized that I had worked with some of the people in their building before, and they reached out, and then apparently nobody was doing it after that.
So we were looking at one of these AI centers in this state, and we kind of said maybe not. Do you remember we had a story last time that we were together about? I believe you said it was Chinese weaponized robots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, the video on that.
so yeah,
Wow.
that's on Fortune's website. So their Fortune is reporting that robotic dogs at 300 grand a piece are now protecting data centers. If I get bitten by a robotic, I'm not even really sure how it's going to happen. I have many questions at this point, and I'm not sure how to even phrase them, but how does A, a robotic dog protect anything, and B, what is the liability?
So it doesn't bite.
What does it do?
So it's got cameras and sensors,
Okay,
right? GPS.
okay.
You're caught. It's following you. In
That's
the
not
military,
protecting.
in the military, they can also be armed, right? But they don't need to be to stop you. There's a video recently of a warehouse that had somebody sneaking around the back, and the robotic dog came around and like spotlighted them with the camera, and they actually like left.
I've seen like the little.
Because like you can keep walking around, but it can keep following you.
I've seen the ones that like it looks like a little R2D2 style trash can that follows people about.
Yeah,
I've
these are
seen-
better because they can write
Oh, yeah.
themselves. And
Uh,
You can kick them and they stand right back up.
Yeah.
They are able to stabilize.
I would feel
themselves.
bad kicking a robotic dog.
Yeah.
I should.
Well, imagine, like, you remember that thing a couple years ago, the Peace Bot that was going around the world, and
Yeah, he didn't make it.
yeah, the city of brotherly love violated him.
I don't know if it was Philly or
It
who.
was
but-
Philly.
Was it? It was.
And somebody rebuilt it to try and send it on its way again, but yeah,
Yeah,
some
no.
guy just tore it apart at like 3 a.m. at a bus terminal.
Spot did not make it.
So, speaking of China,
Okay.
so I just got this one. It is like, again, some of these are hard to news source, right? But Supermicro allegedly smuggled 2.5 billion in Nvidia chips to China. Now, I thought Nvidia chips were made in China and then shipped here, but I'm apparently wrong.
No.
Using fake servers, moving serial numbers and stuff like that, and with a hairdryer scraping stuff off.
What company was doing this?
It says Supermicro. 2.5 billion worth of AI chips.
That's not going to be a problem at all.
But hey, Ramageddon's is still a problem.
RAM. Yep.
Yeah. But apparently they were copying serial numbers off of real server units onto fake cases. So it looked like a server, but it was really just packed with chips.
Good
Wow.
Lord.
No wonder we can't find chips now.
Had a couple of intermediaries. RAM prices are insane.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear the one I heard this? Two weird ones. One, the old Tommy guns from World War II.
Yeah, I saw
10 of those, you could buy a house in the 50s. If you own 10, the equivalent, 10 of them today, same gun, will buy an average house in the United States. They have held their value better than everything else.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Part of the reason is why is because they're transferable. The National Firearms Act legislation, it forced registration, a whole bunch of other things of certain weapons, specifically automatic ones. And Tommy guns that are of that era are A, very rare, but B, because they are transferable, like you could just go and buy one. It is not hard to get those.
But
It is
they're
a
not
functional. No, that is why. Like anything made, so made after, I believe, 1986, or between 76 and 86 or something like that. It's a law enforcement or a dealer only, and then post 86, I don't think you're allowed to own them. But don't hold me to that. Internet
fun fact.
correct. Okay.
A large RAM chip is now more expensive in the United States than an AK-47.
I'm not surprised.
Like, what?
I'm not. Wait a minute. No,
RAM used to be dirt cheap.
I saw it for an AR-15. I saw it for a Bushmaster AR-15 because they were talking about that was the
I guess it depends on where. I'm sure AK-47s are cheaper than AR-15s in some countries too, right?
Yeah, by far. But the one that they were pointing at was the one that was used in the where the individual took a shot at one of our politicians. That was it was a Bushmaster, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and that was the one that because it's a fairly common brand. A lot of folks have them. It's a middle of the road one. It's a middle of the road AR, but it is cheaper right now than a 64 32-bit gigabyte RAM chip.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, so they're expecting global shipments for 2026 will fall 11.6%, and it'll continue to fall. So I mean, we're trying to keep them in the U.S. apparently, but
We heard about
But
the routers
something
today,
happens.
right? Or this week?
I did.
no.
Oh,
This week, the U.S. has said they will no longer.
hold on.
He
Wait,
probably got it.
no. Yeah, Gene, you remember that router I sent home with you guys?
Yeah.
So real quick, for one of the other things that we'll do here, Gene and I set up a Minecraft server, got that started up, and to help out with that process, I sent a router, not a very expensive one, but a very functional, very middle of the road, consumer grade router home with. I looked at the box. That now applies. What you're about to tell us now applies to that. Gene, you have something rare now.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
make sure I get it right.
No, you're going to get it right. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're expecting the memory shortages to persist well into 2027.
We have not improved that situation at all, Gene. We have not improved with what he's about to tell us. We have not improved that situation. Go for it.
Open this one instead of the FCC one because that one will be crazy. All right, United States router ban explained. If it stays open. Yeah, it doesn't want it. Now I got to pick another one.
Hang on, I got you. Basically, any router that is not made, it could be.
It's not manufactured completely in the United
Yeah.
States is no longer allowed to be imported to the United States.
Correct.
Like it's almost like it's got to, like even the chips, everything in it has to be made American.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is. It used to be the case that it could be designed in the U.S. and software designed because routers, for those that aren't super technical, I will put it this way: your router is probably your most important device in your house. It is called a gateway. It's another term for it, and it is the only thing that sits between you and the people of Reddit or the people of Instagram or the people of
leeching data.
Yeah. So this approach is, I'm shocked because quite a lot of routers ran on open source software.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure some of the ones that we have firewall and stuff were no longer importable.
I'm
wondering about the ones I have in my garage to set up my LAN for my LAN parties back in the day.
I guarantee.
I found that box.
Yeah,
I have them all.
Those are probably like 5 megs per second transfer speeds.
I don't know. So I have a mesh network now at 2 gig,
mm-hmm.
and I have 1 gig service,
mm-hmm.
and I just changed it over to Ting from Spectrum. And when I canceled Spectrum after I made sure I had the Ting fiber in the house, because they don't regulate up or down, mm-hmm. I get 1 gig no matter what I want to do with it, which is great because sometimes I need to push. Like if I'm dealing with emergency at the university, I need to connect and I need to set.
Yeah.
If all the kids are over playing video games while streaming on their tablet and phone at the same time, and there's all of the kids over, which has happened, each kid pulling 3 streaming feeds pretty much. I need the bandwidth so I can watch my shows and my wife and I can stay sane, right? But so I have that. So I called the Spectrum because like it started out, it was like $90-some, which was great. And I'm like, it's high, but I'm paying for the 1 gig service. And then they kept bumping it.
Yeah.
So I'm up to 150. But then you're paying for your own Netflix, your own streaming stuff, your own Amazon Primes, and it's too.
Yeah, it just keeps going.
So I was like if you had cable, it'd be less because they would, they'd bundle it. It'd be $100 for all of it. And I'm like, I just want to pay for this much bandwidth, and I don't want to worry about it going up. Like charge me. Could have been $50. If it had been $50 forever, I'd have never moved. I'd have been the best customer ever.
Yeah.
But if it keeps going up, they force you to move. Yeah, they're making a little bit of money, but now I'm pissed off and I don't ever want to deal with them again. And they're missing that customer part where eventually I go, to hell with you. So I hit to hell with you. So I call him in and I'm canceling. And the guy's like, well, why? And I'm like, because you charged me $150. Like I got it for less. And it's fiber. And they're not going up and down. And like I keep having to call you guys. And he's like, well, have you had problems? I'm like, you got to be looking at my account, right? Like at one point I called you and I had 24 down and 0 up. And I'm paying for a gig. He's like, yeah. And then I was like, whoa. And when I said something to the lady, she said, well, we don't guarantee full bandwidth. We only guarantee 80%. And he goes, 70% now. I said, I get you've dropped it. But like I told that lady, 24 is not 80% of 1,000. Why I gotta call you?
My favorite Spectrum story out of all of my interactions with any internet service provider, and there's a reason we have 2 ISPs at my house now. They are 1. There's 2 now. When we had Spectrum installed, the fellow runs the wires. It's new wire, new install. And he tests it, and I ask him, what his speed was. What did you just get? He doesn't say anything. He goes and he actually ran a different wire at that point and goes and hooks it up. He plugs it into the house. So he tests it again. I'm thinking to myself, oh, that was an interesting thing to just watch happen. What speed did you get there, sir? Oh, it's fast.
What's the number?
Yeah.
How fast? Real fast. I wound up having to call them to back out 3 times to eventually get somebody who was skilled enough to figure out what their problem was. It was not a problem with the house. It was a problem with the
I
box.
had a couple like that.
Yeah, but they got
dropped my price to $30 a month. Spectrum calls me. We'll go to. I'm like, if it was $30 a month, I wouldn't have just swapped.
Yeah.
Right.
I was like, and now that you're willing to do that, and you're telling me you can make money at $30 a month, and I know that because you just said you could. Now I'm more pissed off at you, and you could give it to me for $5, and I would still tell you to go to hell. And now I'm getting 4 pieces of mail a week for $30 Spectrum, and I'm like, and every time I get one, I want to go punch the CEO of Spectrum in the face every single time. I'm not advocating for that, but it really pisses me off because that dude's got to know he could be doing a lot better.
I don't think.
And it's not cheap to send out. They send out a lot of it.
We're not at the point of Luigi Mangione with Spectrum yet. Not quite.
Not quite. So I have one time.
Maybe throwing eggs at the man.
I got their benchmark software.
Yeah.
Because the guy told me what it was, right? So I had
Which
their
one is
benchmark.
it?
So it's Ookla. I got it on my
Yeah, it's
so I
speed
think-
test. Yeah,
So
speed
I had
test.
that one, and then I had a third party,
Okay.
right?
Uh-oh.
So I had trouble one day, and they like to say, well, you got to reboot. And I'm like, I should not have to reboot my router every 6 hours to have decent internet. Like,
No.
that's a problem, right?
Right.
Like, it should be like once every 6 months if I've had a bad thunderstorm or something, right? If you got the right stuff. I'm like, and I'm willing to buy a good router.
Mm-hmm.
Just, you're buying crap, and I got to keep rebooting that. We're not friends, like spend the extra $40 and like make me happy.
Yeah.
So I'm benchmarking through them, and I'm benchmarking to them. And one's reading 300, one's reading 6. Guess which one?
600 or 6?
600.
Okay.
So guess which one was reading higher?
Theirs.
So I call them, and I'm talking to them. I give them all my account info. I said, my internet's a little slow, right? And she's like, okay, I'm getting into your account right now. And as I'm on the phone, I watched the 3 climb to match the 6. And I said, what'd you do? We haven't done anything. And I'm like, I'm watching you, right? Like, I'm watching the throughput change in real time.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not an idiot.
I absolutely love my little mesh router. It has been an absolute workhorse. I am about to the point where we're going to get rid of Spectrum completely, and I'm going to try to find an additional.
If Ting comes out where you are, they're great.
Yeah,
I have no issue, except my wife's tablet. She had trouble with the tablet. So my stepson goes, have you rebooted it since we changed the internet? Because we had to move the hotspots around the house because, it went, because, the internet used to come in my bedroom. And I had one of the EERO things. And I had 2 strategically located, one downstairs, far away, one upstairs. So, but I had a 2 gig throughput on the EERO with a 1 gig. So it'll handle the crosstalk without bogging me down, right?
Yeah, no problem with that.
Well, the new internet comes in, and for some reason, the guy just cracked it right through the corner of the house to my wife's office, despite me telling him where to bring it in,
Well, you just randomly drill an unauthorized hole in your house. That's when you drill a hole in somebody's head.
So I wasn't home.
Oh.
And, wife told him what I told him, and then she went away because it's not her deal, and I had to be here. So the fiber comes in, so then I have to move one of the EROs over by that because you got to plug it in.
Yep.
And that means the one in the bedroom is no longer the main, so I got to resync a little bit. So, of course, my wife's tablet is looking for the wrong one. So she had to turn it off and turn it on. And then she hasn't had a problem since that she said. But no harm. I am thinking about going because you can buy more of them and expand.
Yeah.
I should get like 30 of them and just swim around the neighborhood.
So I've currently got Model 6 for that. I'm thinking about switching up to 7.
I saw an aerial that'll do a mile for farmers.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Wow.
Same brand as the.
No, but I'm like,
Oh, okay.
the hell with that? I'll plug that crap in, man. Put it mount it on the garage.
I got to go back to my Spectrum guy, Mr. Fast, real
Yeah.
fast. So he goes initially, and you don't dig a trench properly. What you do is use a special type of spade, flat
Yeah.
spade, and push it down, stomp on it, and then wiggle it back and forth, and it spreads the earth like that a
Yeah.
little bit, right? And then you just do that in a line, and you've done it. So this man goes and does that straight from the box, the wrong way around a set of trees. So he goes right like through my neighbor's yard. And I was like, he very obviously got the house wrong to start with.
Yeah.
And so he's got his little trench run. And then he realizes, and so he comes back over here. I was like, you gotta fill that in. You can't run that through there. He goes, why? It's like, that's not my yard. He goes, yeah, exactly.
You can't bury my
No!
in his yard.
No, I was like, no, you gotta fill that back in and maybe go apologize.
Have you seen the new machine that does it? Like they loop it through
Mhm.
and it drops it down and pulls the whole thing in. So as it's plowing through, it pulls the cable all the way to the bottom. It never even you never even see it at depth.
Yeah, that's pretty awesome.
That's cool. No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen no, I would take it back. I've seen drain tile installed that way. That's more or less how that works.
The thing that weirds me though is how they do it under roads now, where they like the machine comes from and it like pushes it, and it's like
Yeah.
a U pipe, and I'm like,
I saw
do it like you used to.
no, I actually saw
gas pipes that way.
Yeah.
So
I
yes,
saw how they do that, and it was a fascinating YouTube video on it because I could not for the life of me figure out how you drill down and then make it go back up. I had to have that explained. I will not bore the entire internet with me recounting how a YouTube video went on a YouTube video.
yeah.
but
But
it
Ditch
was
Witch makes some impressive equipment.
it was. I think that was who made it, either Ditch Witch or Vermeer. I don't remember.
I think it was Ditch Witch that made them first, and then Vermeer followed, or the opposite. But
Just
yeah,
yeah. They
I've only ever operated with the Ditch Witch ones, but yeah, it's pretty cool.
What were you installing? Sprinklers or what?
No, it was actually the guys were putting the fiber in our neighborhood,
Oh, really?
and I just walked in and asked, "Hey,
Here you go.
you should make use this."
The greatest technician that ever lived. I can't see what that is. What have they got? That holy moly! What is that?
He cut the case
Hey,
out.
Cody.
Fit the card.
Cut the case out to fit the card. So somebody's put a very large card in a very small case, by using violence and assault.
Violence is violence.
That makes it better.
Yeah, no, I get
Yeah,
it.
it's cooler.
So while we're talking about cards and everything, did you guys see what NVIDIA did to gaming over the last 2 weeks?
No,
They stepped in it. So NVIDIA makes some very, very good equipment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. They also price it like they make some very, very good
It'd be
equipment.
much more reasonable.
Yes, I would concur. That's a very good way of putting it. I have had an awful lot of luck with ATI through the AMD graphics cards through the years. AMD, I never complained about it. I knew a couple of people that worked in design down there.
Yeah.
Fantastic folks. Knew some people in quality control. I've got NVIDIA stuff. I've got AMD stuff. Oh boy, did NVIDIA mess up, because they released DLSS 5. And without going into too much of it, it's how things are presented in the environment. And so it was supposed to make realistic things even more realistic. However, realistic looking graphics even more realistic. Like, it was supposed to improve the quality.
That's why we are totally into like fantasy, like
Yeah.
hallucinations.
Yeah, if you look at if you were in a foggy environment, yeah, close. You're not far off with how this went. But when you would see like a character, and they'd be like in smoke or fog or rain, and they're grimy or whatever, it would take it from looking where it was supposed to take it from where it was looking sort of perfect and sort of like a real film to being like a real film, right? Or like you were actually seeing the person in real life. And then that's not what it did. That was what they promised it was going to do, but that's not what it did. It did not go and just enhance things. Apparently, it applied AI to redraw and completely redo and add new stuff to scenes that wasn't even there. So, like somebody walking by in the background or a car driving by in the background that wasn't there, not
Like
programmed in.
for hallucinations.
Yes, precisely, exactly. It was like it was hallucinating. So when you said a dragon in the driveway, yes, that would happen in Grand Theft Auto most likely. Yeah,
That's
it
what
was.
that game's missing.
Yes, exactly. Actually, GTA Online being as chaotic as it is, I could just imagine how epic that'll get fast. But yet,
Everything is better with dragons.
no, everything is not better with dragons. But
Oh, come.
maybe.
The Ender Dragon makes me happy. So
Yeah, I was proud of how that went the other day. Like I was genuinely pleased. That was a very productive thing. We will do something with all of that footage eventually. We have a whole bunch of additional footage that we haven't done a whole lot with yet. We're collecting it for
So
a
I see
project.
what you have up. So I want to do this one. The Tesla
Oh my
jailbroke
heavens.
his full self-driving mode in Japan. Says it's an easy hack just to see if it was done. I even saw that the guy in another article pulled the steering wheel off his Tesla and was riding around in full self-drive just to prove it could do it.
Bold move.
Oh,
What?
like he was looking for impalement if it messed up.
To that end, you do know that when you reconnect a steering wheel that has an airbag in it, there's a specific set of steps to go through to keep it from discharging said airbag while you're reconnecting it. Do not play with an airbag, internet. Or if you do,
those are painful.
or I've been in one accident where the airbag's deployed, and if that's ever going to happen again, I'm going to get out of the car, let it go ahead and crash.
From the airbag.
Yeah, it is a
And
shockingly
they took like 3 days to show up.
Oh,
Yeah.
Do you remember when they had to switch from the Series 1 to the Series 2 airbags? Because the Series 1 airbag, it's like it came out and then inflated instead of it inflating like
As it came.
as it did. Yeah, so it was like a shaped charge going off at the person. One of the individuals.
Dazzled her steering wheel. Can you imagine that?
Oh, that's like shrapnel coming off you. It's like a shaped charge with
your steering wheel's a claymore.
Yeah, no, well, that if it was like one of the old ones from the early 90s, like 2000, not 2000, but 94, 95, 96, when did we start mandating them? 96 or so?
Well, they also had to put a thing in that checks the bag because body shops were starting to steal the airbags for resale and stuff the steering wheel with rags. And the car wouldn't notice because you could resell the airbags for hundreds of bucks.
I remember that being a thing, actually.
If you were in an accident, you'd never know. Can you imagine a lawsuit if you were, though?
If you were able to actually file a lawsuit.
Yeah, dead
might
people
not be able
don't
to.
file lawsuits.
Yeah, their families do.
Did you see that people were getting very upset with Tesla? Again, Elon Musk, one of my least favorite people on the planet. Tesla's to avoid having to say that their vehicle was involved in a crash while it was being in autopilot. It was in the milliseconds before it crashed, disabling autopilot. If it detected it was not going to be able to avoid a crash, it would turn off autopilot at the very end so that at point of impact, it's not an auto drive. I have a feeling that Mr. Musk in the afterlife is going to have a lot to answer for. Hopefully he has a lot to answer for in this life.
The data is definitely always interesting. So one of the more entertaining news articles, I mean, it's not really funny in itself. They did it beautifully, actually, but the circumstance itself is not necessarily funny, but the linkage here is what I found entertaining. But a former Uber self-driving chief crashes his Tesla on FSD and exposes the supervision problem. So the interesting part about this is now this guy's in charge of this for Tesla, But in his former life, he was in charge of training the people on when to the human safety drivers on when to take over
Mhm.
and to get it out of that. Um, but he actually crashed his car with his kids in the back seat in a residential neighborhood um, because he had a hard time getting out of full self driving mode. Um, so everybody was fine, but the fact that it was a fundamental problem in Tesla's approach to supervised driving, and the guy who used to teach supervised driving at Uber um, got into an accident.
I gotta say, I do not. I will be very blunt about this. I do not think cars are to the point where they should be allowed to do uh full autonomous driving. I do
I think
think,
the roads are
yeah,
not ready.
that's the
Because they
problem.
talked about lock-in lanes years ago. In
Yeah.
fact, there was a talk about doing like I-95, putting
Mhm.
solar all down the side, and then the right lane would have a wire,
Yep.
and you could get on it, hit a button, and it would do inductive charging
Yeah.
and pace you with the other cars locked into that lane.
I see.
I'm all in favor of that. Go.
Yeah, I would absolutely do be on board with that because like you would end like the merge issues, but 18-wheelers would be it would be so much safer to be around them. Our
Yep.
large commercial trucks because they're professional drivers are doing their very best. The problem is usually not the truck driver. Usually it's the people like us that are not truck drivers around the truck driver that cause the problems.
Yeah, they don't come into my office and stir the pot. Why should I go into their?
Yeah,
office?
no, they
Yeah.
don't. They stay out of my wheelhouse, and I try to stay out of their way. But the self-driving bit, I think for trucks like that would be brilliant.
Tesla's got one coming out, but the other part, like the lock-in lane's great.
Mhm.
I also think though, I don't think it's going to come on full on for long trips. That's the problem with trucks. You can build an electric truck, but like the charge time, because the gas mileage is because they're pulling the weight. You
Well,
know,
they
they so
get
much energy to move them.
right now. I believe I could be wrong, but I believe they get like 6 to 7 for like the Volvos that are arrow shaped, and like the big
So,
Kenworths are probably like
Lock-in would be
6
great,
or
but,
five
like,
and a half.
To do electric, that would work, but I think you have to go back. I think I mentioned it in a previous video. Like
Yeah, the
the
better.
swap battery.
Yeah,
Like I pull in,
Mhm.
it drops the battery out of my Tesla truck and loads a fully charged one and slides that one into the rack for charging, and I go X miles again, hit the next truck stop, hit it, and then like I could literally just
Yeah.
and it would be so much cheaper.
Put it right where the external tanks are on the side now. Like,
Yeah.
just have the batteries right.
the video
Still
that
inject them into other people.
the video that I sent to the group chat that you said, hey, that video was no longer there, it was deleted. That was somebody swapping out batteries for scooters, for the little electric scooters.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like the little Vespa looking things, but the electronic versions. They pulled up to a kiosk, open the little seat that they're sitting on, pull out 2 batteries, plunk them into the charger, pay monies, and pull 2 more out and plunk them into the Vespa. I say Vespa, whatever it is,
yeah.
and mosey on off in their little electric buggy.
This guy took a
It's
Tesla
fantastic.
Model 3 and put roll-out solar on the roof. Inverter, plugged it in. It'll actually charge.
I'm sure it will, but how many?
It is not efficient enough
No.
to keep the car going.
No,
But
it's
it will
not.
charge while parked on its own solar panels slowly.
I saw, I believe it was China. We were talking about China earlier. I believe that they have started putting solar panels over top of city water reservoirs. It's stopping,
A
yeah,
couple countries have done it. For a couple of countries have put balls on them
it stops
to
evaporation.
stop evaporation, but that's why they started putting the
Solar panels,
solar
too.
panels over
Yeah,
top,
it's
'cause they'll block
brilliant.
it. Yeah.
I thought that was the best. People were like, hey, where should we put solar panels? Anywhere you want shade.
There was a discussion about putting them over top of our open parking.
Yes. Yeah.
The question is like, are you limiting what size vehicle? You know, how high up do you put them?
Well, 13 and a half feet in this country. 13 feet 8. What is it?
Maybe. Well, if you don't want trucks, I mean,
Yeah.
the McDonald's is only 9 foot. Like the
Yeah.
drive-thru.
I always love it when somebody doesn't pay attention to that, or they forget that they're pulling their camper behind them.
Or they've put a really long extension ladder like this way, and their truck normally clears it, but the ladder's sticking up 6 feet.
Yeah,
They don't think about it.
When you're driving, it is your responsibility to be mindful of your vehicle.
Well, so being an HR guy and going from this topic of the batteries and driving self-driving cars and everything else, I'm entertained by the fact that many countries around the world are now starting to go back to shorter work weeks.
Mm.
So we had a lot of work from home during the COVID and that initial post-COVID period, but a lot of places are trying to get their workers back in the office. But the price of gas right now, with the war with Iran going through the roof, uh, let's see, what are the countries? Vietnam, Thailand, Philippines, Pakistan, and India are all looking at ways to change the work week and how their employees are working from home now, to possibly like 4 days weeks and that sort of thing, just to try and save the gas and
4 10-hour days is like, it's shown to be way more productive.
Yeah.
And the primary reason is you lose 1 whole days of pickup and tear down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those, I think, the hours that you roll into the other days are productive.
You're productive for longer in a go. Yeah, I could absolutely see.
Well, there's
that.
always the interruption thing too, right? So if you're really concentrating on a task and you get interrupted, it might take 20 minutes to re-engage back to where you were.
And that's why we try and hide sometimes, because people keep interrupting. You have an hour-long task, you get interrupted 5 times. It's not just the 30 seconds they were there. It's where was I? What was I doing? What was my train of thought?
Yeah.
And it'll stretch in, an hour-long task into 4 hours.
And it gets even worse if you check your email before you start back in, and then that throws you off even farther. So
Yeah, at that point, it's a lost cause trying to get back to it.
yeah, and so many companies having made AI decisions or had AI drive decisions for them to lay off people. The other one that I found interesting is that companies are now going back out and rehiring a lot of people that the AI told them they didn't need. Which is an interesting thing. But yeah, the new report revealed the consequences of widespread AI caused layoffs. So you can count on your AI for a lot of different things, but you shouldn't necessarily count on it for making business
It gives
decisions on how
good advice. at all.
Workday just lost an argument. A federal judge said their AI hiring tools can be challenged because they have been found to be filtering out applicants over the age of 40.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you were over 40,
That's-
you weren't getting a job if they were AI scanning resumes for.
Yeah.
And that's ageism, and that's a crime.
Yes.
So
The other one I like about that one, the other HR one I have. You love this one, G?
I got an HR one too, but go.
Deaf woman removed from Frontier Airlines flight for not listening.
wow.
Gene,
I wish I could say I was surprised by that.
how expensive is that mistake going to be?
Millions.
Mm-hmm. I would put that one
Other
right.
passengers tried to explain to the flight crew, and they still kicked her off because she wasn't listening and was therefore non-compliant.
Yeah. So I think I mentioned this before, but John Hyman runs the Ohio law blog, employment law blog, and he had another nominee this month for the list of world worst employers of the year. And this particular one was somebody who let somebody go who needed a medical accommodation, and it's a horrible case. But that blog it never ceases to amaze me, the dumb things that employers will do related to what should be very simple and very human decisions on how to treat people.
So my HR one, did you guys see the two young, very unqualified gentlemen who were former Doge employees, and they were being interviewed, or more specifically cross-examined in a deposition? Yeah. Yeah, they used AI to figure out what grants to get rid of, and they used terms like DEI or black or quite a few other things that you're not really allowed to do, and they terminated contracts based on a lot of things that I have a bad feeling that this is going to cost the taxpayers a lot of money.
Native American treaty
required payments were in that bucket.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah, when I said this is going to cost us an awful lot of money, bless you, pollen time, guys.
Yeah.
That's going to be a very expensive set of cost savings that we have just gone
I
through.
mean, it already has. I think
The
there's gotta be
institutional
close.
loss that you and I were talking about it's been catastrophic.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. I mean, we've set back areas like cancer research have been set back probably a decade or more. But what the theoretical savings were during that short period of time, just in the lawsuits alone already, it's probably been reversed. I don't know what the actual balance there is, but I
I
guarantee
think it's
right
going to
now-
be too depressing for me to look, frankly.
Yeah, I don't. That's not something I would want to look up either. I mean, obviously, my computer's right here, and I'm not looking it up.
Somebody out there, please look that up and make it in the comments, but give a little warning so that we don't look at that comment.
It's a challenge. Like the understanding that there are laws that are in place, and those are not the same as what everybody claims DEI is, and you can't say that a DEI initiative is necessarily a bad thing when it's related directly to a law that we are required to follow.
Like Title IX.
Yeah,
Title
I mean,
There's a lot of really important, there's a lot of very bad things that we have done collectively that we must make sure we don't do again collectively. And those laws are there to help with that.
and you can't say that. Well, that's a DEI decision. No, that's a legal decision.
Yeah.
There's a big difference between the two.
Yeah.
I had a feedback on from a student one time of well, this was some I can't remember exactly how they worded it, but it was well, some of the topics that were covered were a little touchy feely. No, I just talk about the law, and the law is what it is. And if you feel like that's touchy feely, like
This is not some, that's not,
Or
I felt like I
oh, like I don't know where to go with that, but like you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
you gotta ask that question. You're wrong.
yeah, you
I
absolutely.
feel like I failed in some respect, in that they thought that that was me sharing an opinion when no, I'm just telling you what the law is.
How
Like the ADA is a real thing. It really matters a lot.
We just had a lot of that here with interview questions, how you ask them, like what you can and can't ask. And then, of course, I get brought in because what was the words?
What did you ask?
You're very anal and litigious, David. We need you to figure out how to get these facts legally. And that's how I got brought into it, right? But so like some of the things that come up are like and I got into arguments, but you can't ask people if they're afraid of animals. And I'm like, if I'm hiring a plumber to work in the large animal hospital at the vet school, isn't that kind of a crucial factor? Like, what am I supposed to do? You hire them. This is what I was told. You hire them. And then if there's some reason they can't work there, you have to make an accommodation, like find them somewhere else to work. And I said, but I only have an opening in the large animal hospital of the vet school, where I say in the job description, there are animals. Right? Like, I don't.
Can you ask,
Why
what
would
is your
you-
favorite large animal to hug?
So some things I couldn't ask were things like
Could you ask them what they'd be willing to?
with ladders. And I was like, what do you mean I can't ask that? And they're like, well, we're asking someone to admit a disability that you could use in the hiring decision beforehand. And I'm like, but you have to use a ladder. Like
Does-
this job.
Doesn't it say in the job description use of a ladder is required?
So I found out all of that stuff isn't actually on the public facing section of the state. It's in the criteria: fingering, manipulating, touching, eyeballing, crawling, lifting. All of that is not on the public facing side of the job site.
Why?
I don't know, but I figured that out. So I'm filling all that out about what's required for the job, but it's not going out there. So you don't apply to a job, and they're like, we always have to make accommodations. And they mentioned ADA, and I was like, mechanical rooms are exempt from ADA.
Yeah.
There are no handicap ramps. You can barely fit the equipment in there.
Yeah.
Like they're literally exempt.
So there's certain exemptions for everything. You have OSHA exemptions for putting up scaffolding. Like people
So
do
I
not
had
sign
a
off on
bunch
the
of
scaffolding.
meetings, and what I came back with was, I'm not going to ask you if you can use a ladder, Gene. Could you explain or demonstrate to me how you would change the air filter in the VAV above the ceiling of this room?
Right. And so you get the answer that way. However,
Because like, I can't get you a lift. I can't move all the furniture you'd have to. Like, you can't have that job. I would like to find a spot for you.
if you listed it in the requirements, there has to be a way for you to be able to communicate those requirements to the candidates.
So that's what that was part of what we were working on.
That's
it
a
was
challenge.
It was and we can't ask technical questions.
Wait, what? You're hiring
still struggling.
You're hiring programmers among other people. You must know how to
Can't
program
give a test, even if I give it to everybody. I'm like, well, I'm not paying enough to hire somebody with a license.
Well, so
If they had a license, I could just be like, you got a license?
pre-hire assessment centers are a thing. We actually found a way to save a whole lot of money. Like on the
I spent weeks on this,
we spent we saved well over $1 million in just turnover costs alone for our flight crews, for flight nurses and those teams, simply by doing a pre-hire assessment center where we send them through and give them a better understanding of what the job actually is. So you're kind of doing two things in an assessment center. One, you're letting them have a realistic expectation of what the job is, because as it turns
never
out,
what they think in their head.
on exit interviews, most of the people were leaving because they didn't realize what the job actually was, because what they read is not what we were actually doing. And our simulations that we were teaching them something while they were there, us teaching them that skill was showing them what the requirements for the job were going to be. So when we stopped having people go through that process, they were self-selecting out at a much higher rate. We reorganized where we had 100% of our people
Which dropped your turnover, and you're actually hiring people that are staying now.
Yeah, from 80% to 20%. So
Yeah.
I mean,
Which initially it sounds bad, because like you have openings that are staying open a little longer, but once they're filled, you're good.
not. The turnover rate itself is down, but the positions for the most part are staying full because there's interest in those. But the pre-hire assessment center not only was able to set those expectations that way, but we also rearranged where we had been having them come through and do interviews with everybody before that assessment center. We switched it to where on day 2 they were doing the interviews, and we also took out
all
the managers.
Why interview the person who's self-selecting out?
Right, but we also took out the managers, so that the managers were only seeing people who had made it through the assessment center and proved that they had the skills that were required, because the scenarios we were running were things that, like, they're going to have to do every single day. It's not like it was things that were unique. These are actual job requirements, and this is the way we perform. It also allowed us to see how well they work with a team.
Yeah.
But then a lot of them would self-select out. Some of them that we would see that the skills may not be exactly where they needed to be, or we would have a clear differentiator between the candidates to say, okay, this person is clearly thinking and moving at a level that's much farther along than where this other person is, so we could help make those decisions in a more informed way, narrow it down to a better set of criteria, and then have the managers meet with them. So the manager suddenly ends up with an entire day back in their time, because they didn't have to interview 50 people. They only had to interview 4. That's a dramatic drop in time, and managers, are more expensive than the people who were doing the.
Well, we've also been fighting the thing of like, hey, we got to get butts in seats before such and such hits, and it's like, no, because if they make it through probation, I can't get rid of them. Like all of us, like, I don't need a butt in a seat. I need an employee.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care if you got to do 3 times as many interviews. Get the right butt in the seat, because if they make it through probation, SHRA kicks in. And they're here.
Yeah. Well, losing employees, that, if you lose the funding because you didn't fill the position, that's a whole other problem. That becomes a different budgetary argument. But
that's part of my problem with the state, right? Because state, was it people get raises, not positions?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm 10% empty at any given time across the board in facilities, when a raise hits, I'm 10% open. So if we assume pay is even, which it's not, But that means at any given spot, the raise is going to the people who work here, not the position. Which means now that position is underpaid by that percentage in relation to all the other ones. Now, in a single year, it doesn't sound terrible.
How long have some of these been open?
But it keeps going. So the next year, I have another 10%. It might even be the same 10%. So now the percentage is on top of the percentage that everybody else went up, and that job's sitting there. And what winds up happening is you wind up with jobs where you're pulling the money to try and fill some you need. I had 5 openings, like just for the sake of argument.
Yeah.
I wind up where I'm taking one job and zeroing it out to throw the money into 4 so I can hire them. I can't advertise the one. I don't have any money behind it. Do I need the job? Yes. The whole problem is I didn't have the salary in the budget to back it. So what happens?
Yeah.
Somebody in the state somewhere goes, we haven't advertised for it in a year, so we're yanking it. And now I'm down a whole
person.
and it just keeps going.
Yeah.
And you're like, but the whole problem is, like, that's why I think, like, the state should move to, like, government, like GS1, GS2, GS3, grade step, like, run it through. And then those things get raises. You could still give some merit increases, but, like, if I got a job that's underpaid, next year it's underpaid. The other problem I have is categories. What's an electronics specialist? I don't know what they're looking at, but I can name 8 working titles for that, and the pay range for those in the outside market is between 60 and 130 grand.
You think it's bad here? I found out the other day. Do you know where we sit, gentlemen, in terms of the 50 states as far as
Teacher pay?
teacher pay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're like, what, 48 now?
49.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we were 50.
Really? We went up?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yeah. That's why I was guessing 48.
No, 49.
The other problem with that is, do you know how counties do it? I have some teacher friends. Counties, so here, we get a raise, they give it to everybody. Everybody got 2%, 3%, whatever the hell it is, right? Counties, to try and make it more competitive, you're a long-term teacher, you've been here 25 years, you get nothing.
Yeah.
We're going to take that money, and instead of all the other, everybody getting a 2.5, we're going to give a 5 to anybody who's been here under 10 years. So the longer you're here,
The less you get paid.
bonused, which means you're losing more every year as inflation goes.
Yeah. Exactly.
Instead of just moving the whole bar up.
So we are intended.
Because
We're
2.5% is a
intentionally-
big difference. On a 35-year teacher, that 2.5 is more money.
That's a
So
lot.
the county's actually hosing themselves, but they're trying to attract new talent by bumping it.
And
Yeah.
They're
we're
hurting themselves long term because you can't stay.
these are the people who are responsible for caring for an awful large number of children and bettering them and helping them learn.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
those should be
I
starting
thought they
to
were
work
supposed to have
more
parents too,
Do what?
but I thought they were supposed to have parents involved in that.
I'll be very frank about it.
But I see less and less of that
How
as a parent.
how is that going right now in the middle school and the high school space? Because what I've been hearing from a couple of people that I know in the education space, high school level, is kind of grim over the last
It's
few
interesting.
years.
I'm actually on, I don't know if you guys knew this.
Yeah, I do.
I'm actually on the curriculum advisory team for the county. So, which I think is great because they do make changes to try and keep the kids
Competitive.
competitive
field.
and employable right out of school. But there are also areas where you look at it like, what are we
Guys.
doing?
Yeah.
And like healthcare is big in this county.
Yeah.
So like they look at, what's looking at what feeds into the nursing program and like how do we make them more ready for that?
Mhm.
Which is great because now they've involved the community college system and the hospitals, right? And then like one of the things I heard recently, last year actually it happened, they looked at welding.
Mhm.
Yeah,
The
That's a
welding
big one.
welding they were teaching in the schools hadn't been used industrially for over a decade. So we were teaching them a welding tech that wasn't used in.
What were they teaching them? Stick?
So
Yeah.
so they went out and they totally redid all the welding programs and brought in new equipment so that the equipment they were learning on in high school was the same equipment industry was using right now. But they needed industry experts to tell them, hey, we don't do that anymore.
So the welder that
Use
I
this saw to cut out catalytic converters.
Yeah. the welder
Sorry,
that,
Johnson County.
the welder that I've got is an old.
That was
Yeah, that's funny. The welder that I've got is an old stick 220 volt Hobart welder. Draws 50 amps.
wow.
It is the plug is like is 50 amps at
There's a
220 is a
YouTube channel, and I saw a guy. I don't know the proper term. He rigged it up himself, but he was welding with half-inch rebar as his sticks.
mine would do that.
Like, he has to rig it. He's like, I need more amperage, and he is building a rig. He's like, I can do it. Oh, I got the eighth, half it. Oh, I need more amperage. He's out running wire. He's like,
I bet you $1 mine. I bet you $1 mine would do that because it is drawing that.
there's enough mad scientists in the room. I just appreciate a guy who's dedicated to one type of meds, like a slingshot channel guy or something like that. Guy's dedicated.
I will tell you that if you were welding with this thing, and I'm welding over here, and you put your hand there, you're going to feel the heat over here.
Oh, I lost a. What was it? It's a 3/4 inch wrench combination, open end, box end. I was working at a car dealership as a car porter. So, like, I'd wax all the cars and I'd drive them around to mechanic bays. One of my jobs was to take everything out of the interior of a car that had been in a pond. Pop the floor vents and all that, take everything out. They'd order new interior, and then I'd drive it in. So I'd wind up sitting on a 5-gallon bucket trying to drive a car with no seats and seatbelts. It was fun, like you're trying to hold yourself up. It was a great time.
Why was the car in the pond?
Look, man, we just
Neither here nor there, man.
we didn't even pull them out, man. I have seen a car where you open a trunk and there were goldfish in there. I have seen that. It was a joke because there was enough water. Some guy just brought goldfish and tossed them in, but there was water.
But still, yeah.
So, yeah. Where was I going with that?
Water in the car? You pull stuff out?
Yeah, so I was pulling them all out, right? I had to
Rinse
change the battery on one.
Okay.
I dropped the wrench and connected both poles.
Oh,
Yep, that'll weld. That'll weld quickly.
The weird part, I never found the wrench.
You won't. Yeah.
There was a chunk of each battery pole missing.
Yeah.
Like partway down. You'd have thought it'd be in the car, stuck in. No, I think it vaporized. I never found the wrench.
I believe. So we have accidentally, not
that long.
but good family friend was wrenching on a vehicle and did not do this quite correctly in disconnecting everything, and managed to stick positive to negative ground on the vehicle and welded the battery to the vehicle.
I've seen
or more correctly, burnt the vehicle.
One thing I teach my kids, like, red is positive on both cars when using jumper cables. Right? Like,
oh no!
Like, you do this, you do that. Because my dad taught me that, and I'm going to be honest, I'm like most kids. My dad really wasn't that bright. But, like, the older I got, the smarter he became, you know what I mean? But when I was a teenager, man, that guy was stupid. Until I had to jumpstart my car one time. And I put everything on there, and my friend's car is running, and I turned around, and the plastic is running off of the cables. Because they got that hot. It actually melted the red plastic off the. Yeah, learned a valuable lesson that day.
I had some.
Sure they get on enough to do that. I'm like,
When my father and I were working on one of the old trucks that I had, is a 1983 Ford pickup truck, I told him that the brakes were not working very well.
I told my dad that on my TransAm once.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Dad's on the tractor, and he heads down the driveway, and I'm going to be blocking for him. And so he heads down the driveway, and our driveway at that house was a driveway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it stopped. It didn't go out into a busy road. It went out into a rural road.
I'm going to look for the fire truck stuck in my driveway picture for you.
I look forward to that one. But I start after him because I'm going to block for him. We've got a good ways to go down the road with this thing. and I'm going to block for him. Foot on the brakes. 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 No brakes. So I'm bonking into the back of him, and he's now my brakes. And he gets stopped, gets out, and he's very, very unhappy. Yeah, that was a child. What he said. Close. You're close. He was creative. The man was in the Navy too. Yes, he was very creative. It was one of the few times I saw him that mad. Like, you became the brakes, Dad. You were the brakes.
Is that when you learned that the emergency brake actually uses different?
That was when we learned that the emergency.
It doesn't on new cars, but it did on old.
That's when we learned the emergency brake also didn't work because it wasn't connected. It had rusted through. So when I said there were no brakes, there were none aside from the drum brakes on an old Ford tractor.
So on Trans Am. Two pieces here. Number one, I told my dad the brakes are bad. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. So finally, he pulls it into the garage.
And right on through the garage.
No, he pulls the left front tire off. So the pads are gone.
Yep.
As is the rotor on one side. You know where it makes those
Yeah.
V-shaped cooling fins in between the two plates? Yeah. I'm stopping on those on a caliper on one side, and my dad turns around and is lighting me up. So this is circa 1987, 88. What the hell? Somebody could have died. And I'm looking at him like, I just drive it. I told you it wasn't working right, and you said we'd get to it.
Apparently, it was a long time ago.
Like, I mean, come on. Like, I'm a kid and I drove fast and I braked hard, like.
Yeah, that's what kids do.
So we fixed it.
Yep.
Wow.
But Dad was mad because he had to buy new rotors instead of just
And new
turning. Because back
calipers.
then you could turn everything, right?
Yeah.
You
still can.
Yeah, but now it's
You
twice
just
as much
buy-
as buying new rotors.
Find somewhere that'll do it too.
Yeah.
Like,
So, fast forward, I got an apartment. It's a new apartment complex, and they haven't done the final paving coat, so all the manhole covers are up like 2 inches. So that Trans Am has a nice quad, like separates Y pipe. I straddle it, and that
Bonk.
that cover caught both mufflers.
Yep.
Tore them off.
Yep.
Snapped the brake cable, the emergency brake cable.
oh no.
Right? Tore the mufflers out, but wrapped one of the pipes around the axle so it looks like it's still got a muffler. But it sounds cool, like a boat. You know what I mean? And my teenage ass thought, that's not bad. So I get out and I'm starting to look, what can I do? What can I do? Well, a Y pipe is not a Y pipe anymore, but it's sitting there on the road. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? And I see so I go, and Dad had actually wire, like baling wire, I guess, like wire. So I grab it and I tie it to the frame, 81 Trans Am, 301, 4-barrel turbo. And I zigzag this wire back and forth across the frame, holding the freaking pipe up. I had to wait for it to cool down. I had to learn that the hard way. I almost didn't have fingerprints for a little while, right? But I zigzag it, and I get over, and I'm like, got it kind of tight, and I'm like, well, what am I going to do with it? Like, where am I going to tie it off at? Well, the Boy Scout, I knew how to tie two pieces together, but I only had one piece. So I'm looking around, and I see this frayed cable sitting there. So I Boy Scout the freaking back and forth wire to the little cable that was all frayed and ripped.
Brilliant.
So my friends call it
Wait.
the Flintstones.
Internet cars of any era do not just randomly have handy little places to tie things off to dangling down. That should have been a bit of a warning.
No, it's half of the emergency brake cable.
Yes.
Where the other half was. Right? So anyway, we start driving around town, and of course, we hit bumps. And this is
Wait, you still have
this is Manassas, Virginia, back in the day.
You still have stuff
So it
wrapped
looks like
around,
I've got a muffler,
and it's wrapped around the drive shaft.
just a little piece. Like, it's not dragging,
Okay.
but the car's going like boom, 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 which is awesome for me.
Mm-hmm.
So we're driving along, we hit a bump, and all of the slack in that cable comes out, and the pipe drops down and starts dragging the road while we're driving, and I can see sparks. And we're all like, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? So finally it dawns on me. I'm kind of a quick thinker sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's tied to that stupid brake cable. So I reach up and I push the emergency brake to the floor, and it pulls all the slack out and lifts that freaking muffler pipe up off the road.
No.
Right?
So wait, if you had been being about to be pulled over by the police, you could pull that and start deploying sparks behind.
Wait. We're tailgated by a truck. Weeks later, and the guy for some reason is being an ass and like coming right up on my tail and flashing high, and he could have gone around us. And we're all like, what the hell's that dude's problem? And I did. I'm like, fuck this stuff. And I reached down and I popped the brake and it starts shooting sparks everywhere. And that dude ran off the road. And my friends are like, this thing's better than Spy Hunter.
I like it.
It was great until I got a ticket. And then my dad fixed the stuff for me, because, Walker community college kid with no money.
That same truck had a weird glitch. It took me forever to figure out. Same problem with like the cable rusting through. North Carolina, we can rust plastic given enough time, but
It's like Michigan, but
no. But so when we would have freezing weather, if it was 33 degrees, 32 degrees, like just right at freezing, and it would rain, that truck could go about 10 miles, and then the carburetor would the choke would slam
Really?
shut.
okay.
Yeah, every single time. So on the side of the interstate, 10 miles down the road, I'm having to force the choke open and mess up all of the tuning and every bit of this, forcing that plate open. And I fought that problem for a year and I finally figured out what the problem was. Rust. There's a heat riser tube that comes off of the exhaust manifold and goes up and heats up the carburetor. And my carburetor was icing up just like an airplane does.
Because it didn't have the.
Yes, because it did not have enough. Because you're pulling a vacuum, it's below freezing in that body. And so it pulls any moisture in, it turns to ice, and you now have.
I told you about
Super cool because
Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
the
Precisely.
carburetor on the Trans Am messed up and it would engine pull to 55, right? Did I
Yeah.
tell you that one?
Oh, no, I don't.
So, like, something went wrong with the car. Was not mechanically inclined. Like, the Navy taught me everything I knew about machines because Dad wanted to, but you didn't want to hold a flashlight for Dad. Like, you were going to get hurt. Like, straight up.
Opposite experience. My dad was awesome for teaching me.
My
stuff.
dad was probably better than when he grew up.
My dad was pretty good.
I'll say that.
Yeah.
But it was obvious to me that whoopings were free at Dad's house. Okay? Like, straight up. So, same Trans Am. For some reason, something had messed up on the carburetor. I later found like a hose off and like because I vacuumed.
Yeah, we're
like
just-
something. They had like 5 hoses on it.
Folks, 1980s vehicles, stuff just fell off.
So
That's not normal now, but stuff would
So-
just fall off, and that was normal.
when it messed up, I could literally just put it in drive and take my foot off the brake, and within 2 or 3 minutes be going 55 mile an hour without touching the accelerator.
Oh, I know what's. Yeah, okay.
So it would pull itself up to
Yep.
the gear shifts.
Yep.
In fact,
Mm-hmm.
when I put it in drive sometimes, I would have to put the emergency brake on and push the brake pedal to the floor because it could chirp the tires.
Yes.
Without me touching
Yep.
the gas.
Yep. I had that problem for about a day, and then I explained it to Pop, and he was like, "Oh no, we go fix that now."
Something else happened one time and it wouldn't go over like 30. So I don't know what that. Anyway, homecoming night. My girlfriend and I are done with homecoming,
Sure.
and they were building a apartment complex, and all they've done is put in the roads.
Oh, this is not going to be a problem at all. Yeah.
You go way back in this future development,
Yeah.
and there were circles.
I was about to say, the girls are always impressed by like people doing burnouts.
You know, yeah, no, just looking for a place.
Okay.
Quiet, dark.
Yes.
We get out, we're on the hood because it's warm. It's a nice night. Girlfriend and I all alone, and over the hill comes some car. So we freak out a little bit. We jump in the car. Tops are off. And the car, you don't know who it is, and you kind of out.
I mean, we're in Manassas, but we're in the middle of nowhere. Later on, it was a really nice neighborhood. My mom had a house right from probably 300 yards from where this happened. She had a townhouse. So anyway, that was like 5 years later. So we're there. And he comes like right here close to my car. And all I can see is it's like a square shaped Crown Vic kind of car.
Right.
But I don't know anything. 17, 18 years, like, what do I know?
It's Buford T. Justice has just pulled up.
So all I know is I don't want to be here right now because there's a weird guy who just came up on us. But I also know that if the car didn't catch right away, I had to get out and jiggle with the freaking carburetor. It's that damn carburetor issue. So I'm praying to God. And I romp the accelerator to the floor because it tends to catch better if I've hit the accelerator pretty hard. And I turn it over and it starts. So God liked me that day, at least a little bit. The car starts. I reach over, and of course, back then you had to pull out the lights. So I accidentally pull it, and I accidentally, when I'm letting go, rotate it. So the interior comes up. Now, it didn't have an interior up here, but you put blue light bulbs in the. So there's like this blue. So the entire inside of the Trans Am is illuminated.
Mm-hmm. A lovely blue.
Panicked kid looks over, thinking, still need to get out of here. Where's my foot? On the floor. All the way down on that gas pedal. And I reached over and I dropped it into drive. And that car. And then the lights came. It was the county policeman
Mm-hmm.
in a marked car, but I couldn't see nothing because
Right.
I saw his high beams.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just tell him how scared you were.
So I pull over. Eventually, yeah. And this guy gets out, and he was a very, very large African American man who was wearing the car.
Gotcha.
And I mean,
Yep.
he had all the gear. Nightstick. I think his seatbelt was still on with the chair attached. And this dude was big. Bear big, close crop, deep African American voice.
And not happy with you.
He just walks up, license and registration. So I fumble for the license and registration, and then I realized what kind of weird freaking predicament I'm in. I'm wearing my jacket that I went to prom in, but not my shirt or undershirt, and I don't know how that happened. I don't know where they are, or the tie, right? My girlfriend, she's got her dress on. He asked for her ID. It doesn't dawn on me why, so
Mm-hmm.
what the heck do you need that for? She leans forward. Yeah. Her dress was only really up because she was seated back against the car, it falls as she leans over to get her purse. Hand him over there. He looks at her. He's like, "Do you want to be here, miss?" And she said, "Yes." And I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Oh,
yeah, okay.
Yep.
Because young guy, I'm like, "Why wouldn't you want to be here? We're dating, Yeah, we've been dating for." Anyway,
Oh.
so he looks at me and he's like, "What are you doing out here?" We're like, "Just enjoying the night. So I'm coming." He's like, you always accelerate in such a manner." I'm like, "No, but you kind of scared me. I didn't know who you were. You're kind of creeping me out. So I didn't want to be here anymore because you came up and I couldn't see your car except for the high beams, and you could have been like a weird psycho serial killer kind of guy or something. So we're getting out of here." So he chats with us a minute, and he's like, "Might be a good time to go home or find another place to be, but not here." Okay.
That's about the most
Thanks.
polite guy. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
I got that.
We're out.
So then I'm looking at him in the side view mirror as he's walking back to his car. And I don't know if I can do it right, but he is walking, and I see this guy is just busting out laughing. Again, wearing the whole car.
Mm-hmm.
And then I start the car. It catches again. And I push that emergency brake all the way down. And I put both feet on the brake pedal. And I put it in drive, and it still goes. And he's like, and I let the emergency brake off. And I kept my foot on the brake, so I didn't break 25 the whole way. And it was like,
And we went someplace else.
Yep.
But yeah,
Did you find your shirt?
later. Same car. I learned water's just as good as antifreeze, right?
Yeah. No, it isn't. Very much not.
Every time it needed coolant, I just put water in. And every
That's
time it
fine
needed
for a
coolant,
car.
I just put water in.
That's-
You know when that doesn't work? When it's 10 damn degrees outside.
Yeah,
in a foot of
exactly.
snow. I started the car. I drove for a while. It didn't like it. I got out. I opened the radiator, and there was ice in there.
I'm surprised you didn't like blow the
I did.
fuse to that.
Yep. Nope.
I was
Don't know
genuinely
how.
shocked.
But I sat there and I ran the car for a little while, and then I would sit there and I went and bought antifreeze, and every time some water splashed out, I added antifreeze to make up for it.
That's wild.
Never did. Same car. You know how they push snow in parking lots? I found out that the front end of an 81 Trans Am, if you like run it up into a snowbank, it makes kind of a face.
Of course it does.
Absolutely.
Hilarious.
So we used to just drive around in the Trans Am and, you know, skid through the ice, and I'm like, whatever. Woo. Oddly enough, never had an accident in the car.
That poor car.
Even drove through snow and was wrong about where the road and the freaking just grass were a couple of times. Like, oh, there's a curb. I thought we were on the road.
So, on the topics of police,
Sorry.
no, on the topics of police, I always like it when things go wrong for people, law enforcement in particular. I get a good giggle out of this. Did y'all see what happened with Afro Man?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was that. I got that one in too. Somebody else got to it.
Yes, okay, we will share that one because it is just
That I didn't even bother pulling that.
oh, that was glorious. So, real quick, Afro Man had a bunch of law enforcement officers show up to his house, and they left with some of his money, and I believe they ate his cake.
No, they did not eat the cake. But my God, did that dude look like he wanted a piece of cake? Like, if you watch the video, because part of the lawsuit was he used video from his internal camera for his music video.
Yeah. So,
And they cut his feeds halfway through the raid.
yeah.
So he's only got them like rifling through things where money was.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, why'd you cut the cameras if you weren't doing,
Anything wrong?
Mhm.
if you had a legal warrant, why are you cutting my cameras?
Mhm. So,
I did like his original one. I don't know if you heard that. So his original song is like, it's got a line like, why does the warrant say drugs and kidnapping? And then he's like, oh, why does the warrant say kidnapping? You know,
yeah, I know. Yeah, no, that's true. That's funny. The man has a fantastic sense. He's maintained a sense of humor and being very classy through the whole experience. Just produced I wouldn't even call it. Yeah, I wouldn't even call it a diss track. I would call it just calling people out for misbehavior. They didn't like it
At all.
at all.
Defamation lawsuit.
Yeah,
Oh my
so
God.
carry it, David. What happened?
Oh, so in the defamation lawsuit, I think they were suing him for like
A lot.
3.6 million or something like that
Yeah.
because he was making them look bad.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
How did they look during the trial?
one of them cried, and my favorite part, which it shouldn't be my favorite part, but one of the songs, Afro Man says he sleeps with this officer's wife,
Yes.
and everybody talks about it being a comedic joke or poetic license and all that, but the cop wants his money, so they're asking him point blank if Afro Man has slept with his wife, and he has to look at the attorney and say, I don't know. Like,
If it could have happened.
Yeah.
and everybody's like, and if you look at the one called Lemon Pound Cake, if you watch the video, like I've seen snippets. There is an officer, gun out,
walking around his dining room table, and there was like a half a lemon pound cake under a glass thing. And this dude is like, then he comes back and he's like, and he must walk by this lemon pound cake like 5 times.
David,
And the song, it's like, thinking about cutting a slice off his pound cake. Like, it's the guy keeps stopping at the stupid pound cake.
in terms of like Keystone Cops level like incompetencies, I'd put Uvalde's police force at the the horrible end of incompetence. I'd put these guys several categories of incompetence, not nearly as incompetent as those folks, but much more comical. There's nothing funny about the Uvalde scene, but that was quite incompetent. This was hilarious and incompetent. Still incompetent, but
Yeah,
fun.
sadly, my feed is starting to fill with officers not following the law and stuff like that. But like one of the other cops cried.
I thought that
It was just
I was so happy with how that went, and like I said, when he came out, so I will say one of the best comments I saw was that he dressed up like an awful lot of
the American flag out.
he
talking
dressed
about his First Amendment rights,
Yeah.
the right to make
He
fun of people.
he dressed the part. If we're going to put somebody out and say this man represents America, he's sticking it to the man and wearing a suit of American flags. I loved it. I loved it.
And it shows why the unions really don't want body cam footage anymore.
And did you know that in this state it's not public record? You have to like go through a lawyer to get body cam or dash cam footage. Like it is a quite involved process
Which is
now.
weird, because in this state, all actual court proceedings are public record, as is our salaries.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
why is the body cam footage harder to get
Her voting records are
public?
public.
Yeah, I had
Property
someone
records
pull
are
up my
public.
registration the other day, and they were like, "Hey, you're," and I'm like, "Yeah, I did
Yeah.
that back in the day. Like, I haven't voted that party in like years. You know what I mean?" But
There's
I
that.
keep thinking about swapping it.
I will say that I have.
Registered Republican, and when I say, "Yeah," but that was back when they had the contract with America, and they actually cared about citizens. You're
Yeah.
like, oh, that makes sense.
I changed years and years ago.
Oh.
That was not staying, at all. So we got Afro Man covered, DLSS. Ooh. We had. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was going to go to crime.
Oh, excellent.
So
I was going
this
to.
one resolved. I only found out about it on it's dated March 24th when I found out about it. But apparently it happened. It ended a little bit last year. But there is a Japanese man who paid rent on an empty apartment. It was not a
I saw.
for
That's
26 years, waiting for DNA evidence to get to the point where they could collect it and catch his wife's killer.
mm-hmm.
Empty apartment, didn't go in it, but paid the rent until they could get technology to the point they could catch the killer.
And they did.
That, I mean,
Yeah.
that's
impressive.
That is a man who played a very long game. We were talking in one of the episodes about your guy who was trying to saw an aircraft carrier in half.
Right.
This man was playing. That was a long game, Gene.
Yeah.
This man was also playing a really long. I respect somebody that's going to play that long of a game. 20 years is a long time. Aircraft carrier is big. Aircraft carrier is big, but 20 years is a long time.
Right. You had a police one.
No, I had. I forgot I had another good news one, and then I got weird
Oh.
news.
Sorry. I do have fentanyl found inside Barbies sold at discount
Yeah.
stores.
Why?
Yeah.
I mean, no, like, okay, so drugs are. People always say, "Oh, they'll give you drugs away, or give drugs away, and try to get you hooked on stuff." And I'm like, I don't think that you understand how drugs work. They don't ever give them away. They are quite expensive. That's not how it works.
Yeah,
I think it was probably how they were trying to smuggle it into the U.S.
Okay.
They made it to a discount store.
Oh, that's just like bad supply. You were talking about supply chain
They
issues.
figured it out.
That's a supply chain issue.
They were able to track down the 5 that had been sold from the store.
Oh, that's not terrifying at all. That's why you buy your stuff with cash.
So your kid can have fentanyl?
Yes. Dude, oh, that's hilarious and awful. Oh, so you're talking about medical stuff. This is not funny. I was going to go with something else. You know how we shut down a awful lot of the NIH, and we also shut down the USAID and quite a few other important things.
Illegally.
Yeah. Here's an even better one. Well, better by, I mean, worse. To resume assisting Zambia's AIDS patients, the government must sign over a minerals deal.
We must.
They must.
They must.
They must. For us to go back to supplying antivirals, specifically antiretrovirals, I think is the term. Right, Gene? Help me out there. Yeah.
On the one hand, I get it.
No, you don't do that one.
But like,
No. No, we don't do that.
no. Like, we provide certain things. Certain pharma companies, like Merck gives away, what is that? River blindness cure? It's free for the world, right?
Mhm.
Like, there are certain things that pharma companies give away because that's their goodwill, that's their thing. I mean, like Coca-Cola digs wells all over the world for fresh water, right? That's their
Nestle does the exact opposite. Nestle charges
water.
people, yes, exactly. It's still water.
It charges you to buy it back.
Yes.
So, which is funny because they're called Nestle Waters too.
No,
so, but I get that. But at the same time, like, yeah, you want to help, but that country has a government,
mm-hmm.
right? I mean, we have Medicaid and Medicare, and if you're a disabled person or you're under a certain
Yeah, not in the
threshold, we
We're not,
help. Right?
not really.
We cut a lot of people off recently, but we still have some kind of net, right? The point is, are we their net? What is their government like?
Yeah,
And if they have something they can trade for it, why aren't they? Like, I get that because at some point, look, I like my neighbors, even the ones I don't like. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I got nothing, but like, if gas hit $50 and my local grocery store's out, and I got a month's worth of food, I'm willing to share some food. But my kids are going to eat, and at some point, I'm not sharing with my neighbors. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but when you're talking about like a country where the income is like less than dollars per day, whether or not they've got resources is sort of like, that's sort of like means
But what
testing.
can you live on in that?
Yeah,
Because that's part of the problem. Like, we're comparing dollar dollars.
If you look at purchasing power variety, you'll find that it is still appallingly bad. Like
but there are countries where $20 is a good year's wages for some people.
Yeah, no, that's not.
But there are other places.
I don't think there's any countries like that.
That scam where you're not allowed to book your flight by using a VPN and saying you're in Guatemala because the rate that it charges you when you convert it back, you're getting a $370 flight for like $80 or $20 or like, which begs me the question of like, then are the rates set right? You know what I mean? But,
Well, so the other side of that is like who has to pay. So should the U.S. government be the ones who are negotiating with that country when the drug company could be negotiating?
Yeah.
Is there a reason why the government's in the middle between that? And that's where my challenge really comes in is like, if the antivirals are needed, then great. Who has them?
Especially when we used to be providing them.
And but I think that's part of the point, right? Like, if we have excess food, ship it to hungry people.
Well, here's the thing.
I'm with you.
Because
at the same time,
because it's a disease, and eventually diseases make it over here too.
They do. Well, look at it this way.
Like, there's nothing wrong with
if your government is selling us oil for billions.
Okay.
Should I be shipping your country retrovirals? And I'm not saying that country is, but like,
what are they doing with that money? Are they
They're-
buying weapons?
they're
Are they?
not-
But you see what I'm saying? No,
Yeah.
that one country. But at the same time, it's like where, when, why?
So
Is it making sense?
The
Like,
problem that I have is
but there also
you
can't be that
don't.
many people.
Yeah, like in the same problem with Ukraine, saying, "Oh, we will only help," because remember how Zelensky got treated in the White House? That was shameful,
Yeah.
right? And so, like, hey, if we want you to sign over the mineral rights in your country to American companies. I think I view that as just distasteful. And I got a problem with that one. I got a problem with this one because you just, oh yeah, I was raised. You don't do that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
if
you
the,
you flat out don't do that.
if the drugs exist, and I mean, and like most everything, they're going to go bad after some period
Yeah,
of time.
precisely.
That's
then-
when we sell into African nations.
Right before, right before we absolutely, it's like stuff that's about to expire in the grocery stores. A lot of grocery stores will send it down to the food pantry. One of our food pantries here will take canned goods 2 years out of date.
Because they're
still fine.
manufacture.
Yeah, they're still fine.
That's why a lot of pharma places I've worked at, they maintain environmental cabinets
Mhm.
and they keep drug lots. So if somebody takes some, they can go back and make sure that they were still effective.
I did not realize this. Do you know why medicine is one of the few things that about medicine that there's a lot about medicine I don't understand, but it was one of the few things about medicine that seemed completely backwards to me, is that the reason it has an expiration date is because it becomes less effective than it needs to be. Like the effectiveness has worn off
It can.
over time.
We can.
Yeah, it
For some,
absolutely.
But that's like
Yeah.
the question of poison when it expires. Is it more or
At
less
some
poison?
point. Well, it's sort of like your
Is
uranium.
expired poison worse or not worse?
I would say it's not. It's worse for the poisoner and less worse for the poisonee. Yeah, it's sort of like
where's the line?
yeah, we had a conversation us here a while back about half-lives, and you were saying they could get rid of radioactivity on one thing, and that was still something that I'm blown away by. This medicine, hey, it's about to go go bad, you might as well use it. The other problem, the other reason I've just found out very, very recently, and it's as serious as anything about the expiration dates, is you combine, so most of them liquid are stored in saltwater solution, correct? Yes.
Depends, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Usually it's a liquid, it's a saltwater saline solution, right? Salt plus plastic, what does that do? It's producing microplastics.
Yep.
And so over time, you start having increased doses of microplastics.
Glass syringe.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, you're not probably the problem with the metal syringes is people will want to reuse those. That's a problem.
So that's the other one. Like, I don't see a problem with recycled metal syringes as long as we're like melting them down to start over.
Or autoclaving the heck out of them because you reuse. You don't reuse scalpels, don't you?
No,
No,
not anymore.
Yeah, people used to. You can autoclave them, but
I thought you autoclaved.
I think scalpels aren't always metal anymore.
No, the handles are not all the time anymore. But yeah, no, not generally.
Really? So one and done.
More or less, almost everything in medicine is to that point now.
So that's one of the reasons why it's so expensive, I guess.
So medicine is not sustainable.
Also,
Don't look at me for an argument.
you mean the providing of it, or the taking of it?
Well, think about it. If everything they use is disposable
Mm-hmm.
and not recyclable,
Oh, I think that I'm very confident they recycle as much as they can. Yeah.
Yeah,
Do
and,
they?
and reuse a lot.
Yeah.
I mean,
'Cause, like-
simulation labs like
Yeah.
mine, like we exist because we're
you
able to
recycle
get,
people.
we're able to get the things we're
No, not wrong. Yeah, no, the guy that was digging up the guy that was digging up the people in Philadelphia, he was recycling pacemakers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, what was that one?
Go ahead, Gene.
Guy who was arrested for he was doing vampire hunting in a graveyard. Like it was a business.
Yeah, I mean,
He's selling vampire hunts in the grave.
yeah.
That's
I
not
can't
good.
find it right now. Oh my God.
Where were you going with that, Chief?
Well, it was just that we do clean a lot of instruments, but things that can wear down quickly or things that don't need to be, then they're not. Um, that's a problem actually. And getting back to the whole workforce thing we were talking about earlier, like just one of the hardest things we have is getting people that are willing to be the sterilization people to clean the instruments. And so um, from a supply chain issue, we have challenges where uh, we'll open up a tray and it may not be completely clean, in which case we have to send it back. Well, if we've only got one in the room, we don't have two of those trays in the room. Now we're waiting on it to be taken downstairs, re-cleaned, and then brought back up. And in the meantime, that patient's laying there and we're waiting on that. Like that happens occasionally. And as
That's
so from
horrifying.
a pure workforce standpoint, one of the things that we are as a whole desperate for is more sterilization folks, and that's where the community colleges have really stepped up. That's why this month the North Carolina Community Colleges got a massive grant to help with workforce challenges. And one of the things that personally I'm really hoping we see a lot more of is not just the nurses that are coming out, but also the groups that are doing sterilization.
Well, that's almost like people talk about skilled trades. That would be legit, like almost well, not almost. That would be a
It's skilled.
skilled trade because,
Yeah.
like, A, don't get poked by some of the thing that you're trying to sterilize, but
Yeah.
B, make sure that the next time you poke somebody else, it's sterile.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's
I mean,
fantastic.
there's a lot that I think community colleges in this state have really gone a long way towards growing some of those workforce
That is
challenges.
goes to something we were talking about education. David, you were talking about it too. We weren't sure about like how we were handling the high school student group and the middle schoolers coming in. North Carolina, the largest employer in this state, is the education system, specifically the university system. We are an exporter of education. We bring people in from all over the world and they either teach or they get educated here. We are a major player in the education space. There's states where Walmart's the largest employer. There's a few states where the federal government's the largest employer. Not here, not North Carolina. Our community college system is better than quite a few states' college system.
In some places. Not every county has their own community college,
True.
Right.
and not all of them see it as a benefit.
Yes.
There are two kinds, like Wake County, for example, and there are several others.
CPCC,
Yeah.
Durham,
Those guys realize
Davidson
they
County.
want big tax benefits. They want great companies coming. You got to train a workforce.
Yep.
So they invest.
It is
They
expensive.
get out there in the middle of some places, and they're like, "We can't afford community college because we don't have enough tax revenue." It's like, no, that's why you need to invest in your community college because don't nobody go where no workers are trained.
Exactly.
Let's keep going for.
The Star Trek lore, World War III starts this year.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Okay, wait, hang on. We're back after a break.
We might not be far from that, honestly.
So I want David to repeat what he just said.
Oh, according to Star Trek lore, World War III starts this year.
Gentlemen, what country did we just attack?
Iran.
Iran. And we
I
have...
call it Persia. I think it sounds cool.
Yeah, it does. So up to this point, how many war crimes have our administration people committed?
I'm losing count.
I am
Allegedly a lot.
allegedly more than just a couple. So one, sinking the ship that we sunk. As best I know, it was unarmed, and I do not believe we made any attempt to rescue anybody, but that's a thing now, apparently. So there was that one. We exported an American tradition of school violence and blew up a girls' school.
Actually, there's video on that one.
Oh no, really?
No, it was their missile that hit it.
I don't think so. Well, I think we came out and said that we did it.
Yeah, but
I
The
don't.
last video I saw, it looked like theirs
I
actually
think
fell.
I don't think it was them at all. Especially when we came out and said, "Yeah, that was us." I'm very confident that was us.
Did you see that one? The
Well,
Babylon Bee.
this is a huge. Iran has a huge stockpile of supreme leaders. Yeah, they. The problem with the strategy of constantly decapitating your opponent is that there's nobody there really to negotiate with. That is one problem. As of right now, I believe we've moved a total of 7,000 ground forces into position, which is
Yeah.
not very many given how many we sent into Iraq. But
But 2 days ago, Iran's supreme leader said, "Great, come closer."
yeah. Oh, I got a question for you, David. The coast on the Iranian side, the Strait of Hormuz, it's a set of cliffs. How well do aircraft carriers do at dodging? Like in terms of bobbing and weaving. Like you remember the
It might be a little better than you'd think, but it's not great. So it really depends on what you're dodging or weaving with.
what
The
just
strength of the aircraft carrier, though, is in the fact that you got to go through so much shit to get to it.
yes.
So they got a lot of ships around. You got
Yes.
to go through all of their anti-air or sub or whatever crap to get close enough.
So the problem that I see is the strait is at its widest point or at its narrowest area is about 20 miles across. I assume an aircraft carrier can turn around in a 20-mile radius. But
You could.
yeah, a whole lot. So it could play around in that. And I don't remember what the visibility from ground over water is. I think it's like 3 or 6 miles or something
You
like
see a light 21 to 28 miles. That's why they run all those light curtains so that you can't see light.
yeah, fair. Yeah, no, this is
You're
why
in the middle of the ocean and there's nothing around, and you're like,
that's all
"What's that
right.
flashlight?"
Missile time. Yeah. So, like, when we're talking a little engineering problem for you, though. So, the aircraft carrier you can dodge a little bit. We'll say you're going to keep a mile off of your port side. If you're transiting in, you're going to keep a mile off of the port side shore.
Where are you going if you're going through the Strait of Hormuz?
You're headed just in, just going through it, transiting through it.
Because in my opinion, the Strait of Hormuz is not the most dangerous part of that whole transition.
Really? We'll get to that in a second. But so you've got 1 mile on this side, 19 miles on that side. Can you dodge an incoming missile that you find out?
Carriers, as a general rule, don't dodge incoming missiles.
Can you maybe instead of dodge, can you stop one in 19 miles when you
Oh yeah, probably.
don't get to see it coming from further than 19 miles?
Okay.
Think so?
So, what's between you and it?
Water.
Water. Straight, not open ocean, kind of flat.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I had, say, depleted uranium 50 caliber chain gun that was radar locked,
Mm-hmm.
it would track its own exiting rounds, track the incoming object, and then just keep turning until the stream of exiting rounds hit the incoming object. With, say, a magazine full of ammo the size of this room attached to it.
Right.
And then its whole job was just to fire at the biggest piece of that until it equaled sea level, and then pick the next biggest, closest thing, and just keep doing that until there was nothing coming.
And there's a lot of those.
And there's several of those, not to mention the aircraft you're launching, not to mention the anti-air sea sparrows, and that's only from the carrier.
One of the things that a lot of people are finding out, though, is it's really, really expensive to shoot down these drones. Now, not necessarily if you're going to use a chain gun. That sounds like the most cost-effective way of doing it.
Drones are easy.
Yeah, but there's a lot of them.
Yeah, well, the U.S., they just did a thing where they actually knocked down a bunch.
Yeah, and also we're getting better at jamming.
To make one that keeps going?
Yeah,
What if I'm EMPing it?
maybe.
Now, think about this. You got a bunch of drones. What type of aircraft do I need to run through it at, say, Mach 1?
To
Not even hit
watch
it?
them. Yeah.
I don't know.
Have you felt the shockwave of something passing you at that speed?
I have not.
I have. It will physically move an aircraft carrier sideways through the water the width of this table. easily.
Really? That's actually really cool. So
Easily. And it does what we used to in the engine room call crud burst. A real crud burst is when a bunch of like radioactive rust in a reactor breaks free. It's a problem.
that sounds really dangerous and
In the engine
expensive.
room, well, you filter.
Okay.
In the engine room, though, a crud burst is when something happens like that violently rocks the ship enough that every piece of rust in the damn ventilation system breaks loose and comes out in the engine room in under 10 seconds.
Whoa.
Because in that part of the world, what's the temperature?
Hot.
So if you were using outside air to cool, say, a steam-driven, nuclear-powered engine room, what's that temperature?
Hot and salty.
So then if everybody is probably standing under the blowing air,
Yes.
and then all of a sudden it's full of particles,
Oh, that's nasty.
how mad are all those guys going to be?
That's a lot of crud.
That's appalling.
And then you got to sweep because the chief's going to come down and get all mad at you that the deck's dirty. And so I had a chief. This is good. Go like this. I had a chief, and he told us to clean. He says, "Got to clean up today. Got to make sure it's clean. Got to paint." He said, "Because science has determined that nuclear reactor runs better if the engine room's clean."
That sounds like it was come up with by the same Marine who invented the new term for running sneakers.
So then he looks at us and he goes, "Look, guys, I get it. Nobody wants to clean." He's like, "But the officers like it." Gives them time to look at and inspect.
Well, let the officers clean it.
Then he goes, and the secret to the Navy is, if you had a warship like this one, which we were on, right? He said, if you put just the officers on it and you gave it a mission and you sent it out, it would never be seen again and nobody would know what happened to it.
Yes, I believe that.
If you put just the senior enlisted, the chiefs, the E7s, 8s, and 9s on it, nobody else, and you sent it out to do a mission, you would have to go out there and tow it back, but it would be goddamn immaculate.
Yes. Yes.
If you sent the E6 and below out, only, no chiefs, senior chiefs, master chiefs, no officers, the ship would arrive on time. It would perform its function. Every goal would be met. It would stop every place it was supposed to be on time. It would come back on time, and you would have to tear it apart because it would be so worn out, ragged out, dirty, rusted, and busted that you could not use it again.
Single-use ships. That is actually
hilarious.
That really does honestly sum up not just I think the military, but quite a few bits of people around our current line of work. Because, Gene, if you put some of the folks that some of your doctors, and you sent them out into the world, it'd be a one-way trip for them. They would never make it back.
You'd always be able to tell where they went by the mess that followed them for something.
Well, it's kind of the same thing with here, right? Like, we got a bunch of PhDs, and they are really smart about one thing.
Yes.
Like, one thing.
Yes.
And I think I figured out why I have a problem with it. I have narrowed it down to what I think is the problem is the qualifying exam.
Mm.
Right? I don't know if you know where I'm going. Like, but
I see where this is
So-
going.
I am going to be a physicist, and I'm going to study mechanics. Right? Great. Or particle or astro, what? Pick one, right?
Something theoretical.
I have to then take a qualifying exam in many locations. And that exam is based on a group of classes that I had to take that are about the other areas of physics to get my PhD. And by taking this general knowledge piece to show I know enough about the other parts of physics, I'm going to get in my head that I know them as well as I know the thing that I've actually got a PhD in.
Here's what's even better, David. You're going to get. Here's what's even better. They're going to take every bit of that, and they're also going to add like 4 research methods classes to it. Mm-hmm.
I have been on campus.
You're gonna-
and I've had guys tell me stuff that I look at them and I'm like,
You're going to have like at least
I-
2.
I know my eyes are
3.
saying it. Are you an intelligent human or are you just out of your gut? Like, you know what I mean? But then in their other part, and you're like, you can't say it out loud.
Right.
But you're looking at people and you're going,
How did you?
physics doesn't work that way on this planet, man. Like, when
So
me
that it was hot in his area. So to fix it,
Wait, was this in my building?
no.
Because we had a conversation about somebody in my building.
But to fix it, he got an ice pack and taped it to his freaking thermostat.
He did tell me about that one. That was not in my building.
I am not
No,
crazy.
you should
So
have.
now, right, if his thermostat was hosed, it thinks it's freaking ice cold. So is it going to call on the air conditioner?
No.
No, it's actually going full blown heat because it's degrees, even though it's probably 80. Now it's on its way to like 120. And this guy had a heat.
Do you remember? Do you remember? Do you remember how we had that one conversation where somehow David had a moisture sensor, I believe, that said the humidity was like 160%? I don't remember how. Oh, that's because it was wet.
Yes.
Oh,
I almost went with the thing earlier.
they were just having a bad day.
Yeah, you were talking about the drugs,
Mm,
more or less.
Mhm.
So there are other chemicals that change if they're left.
okay.
So at one point, I know the university did a chemical inventory and went through every locker everywhere on campus. And I know at one point they called the bomb squad.
Yeah.
I'm not shocked at all. When I was going through
But-
orientation here, they told me there was
might have
the
said
term.
before.
The term that they used was MSDS sheets, which is not what they're called now.
SDSs now.
Yeah. But
Try and look one up here. You can't. It's a circle loop.
well, the reason I mentioned
That was
this,
MSDS.
I did not-
And I pointed out you can't get to any.
I remember this blew my mind was that here there was at the time 67,000 MSDS different ones for this institution, and I forget how many sources of lethal radiation. It was a very large.
We find old smoke detectors that are point sources.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, but that's not lethal. That's just a source of radiation.
Eh,
I may or may not have a Radiac in its calibration unit in my garage.
Yeah, no, like I was talking to a group the other day.
Garage sale.
I was talking to a group the other day.
I'm like, oh, I know what that is. I'm buying that shit right now. It's got every piece.
I was talking to a group the other day. It was like, guys, uranium's not that big of a deal. You can buy it off of Amazon.
yeah.
You literally can. Like, go and look it up, internet. Buy uranium easily.
Did you ever read Tales of Radioactive Boy?
Yeah. That was one of my favorite things growing up was trying to figure out the precise steps that he went through.
So that guy actually joined the Navy.
Yep.
And failed out of the school I passed.
Yeah. Yeah. We went to be a reactor tech, and they were like, "No." Yeah.
Interesting.
But he was enriching.
He was using smoke detectors.
Yeah, he's pulled America from him. He actually wrote the company, and they sent him a bunch of old smoke detectors, and he was pulling the pieces out. But
Yeah.
he was 700 times higher than required federal licensure in a shed in his backyard.
Yeah. Yeah. His parents or his mother came home to a tent over her house.
Yeah, they buried his shed in Idaho. This
Yeah.
whole place.
Wow.
It left in a lead-lined truck. I was stunned to find out our country had
What?
a lead-lined truck.
Oh, we have lead-lined coffins.
I know that. Unfortunately, we had plenty of calls for those. I did not realize that we would have an entire truck to move a house in, or part of a house, tiny house.
Yeah, there are very innocent-looking trucks on the highway that.
Aren't.
Yeah.
I had an uncle who was moving over $100 million worth of drugs legally for one of the drug manufacturers. Highly controlled substance.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You got a license, you can move it.
Well, no, like he pulled up and he looks at his manifest. He was like, "Oh, this is not good at all." He had an escort for part of the way. So, in terms of the reason I mentioned warships was because Great Britain has refused to send any kind of ships Trump got very upset about that. Quite a few allies have refused to send any kind of ships. I believe we're up to a count of like 7 countries now that have said, no, we're not going to send any ships. Clever idea. Good idea. Just came out today. Iran has said Spain can now transit the Strait of Hormuz because they refused to allow U.S. bombers.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. I was a little surprised, but I will commend Spain for using common sense.
That's rather notable.
I know. Here's the thing that they've just run into. When we were talking about tariffs at the very beginning, our president hit every single major ally with tariffs, and then demanded that they join a war in Iran, then lifted sanctions on Russian oil, stretching out the Ukrainian-Russian war, further upsetting said allies. While Russia was
We already won that
sending,
war. Didn't you hear?
while Russia is sending intelligence on Americans to Iran. This is the most circular firing squad that I could have imagined we would develop. Silliness.
Sorry, I forgot that one.
Go ahead.
I'm going through my articles, but sometimes I have other stuff, and one of these was one that made me crack up, and the guy was looking at the other guy, and he said, working with you is like working alone, but harder.
Boy, that could be on my tombstone. Mm-hmm. That is unfortunately.
I have been in that predicament. I'm
That,
the other guy in that predicament.
I know I've been on both sides of that one. Frankly, yeah.
I'm usually on the other side of it. But it's just, yeah.
You know, we were talking about physics a little bit ago. So this was, the people were worried that the CERN site, the Large Hadron Collider, was going to like create a black hole or collapse the Earth's core, or draw the sun down upon us, or make the Earth round instead of being flat.
Mhm.
There was all sorts of all sorts of concerns that people had about this this thing. Guess what, gentlemen? None of those happened, but we have found a new particle. We're up to 80 now that they have spotted and identified. They have found a brand new particle, and they have named it XICC plus. Our European friends are fantastic at inventing stuff and carrying out science. You are rubbish at naming things. Yes. It is smaller than a proton, but 4 times heavier. It is a beefy little thing sitting around. Yeah, I know. That's what. But it is composed of 3 quarks, and where did it say? It has 2 charm quarks and 1 down, which didn't apparently seem logical to put together. But, there you go. It's the first one that they've found since they made the major upgrades in 2023. It was shut down for, like half a decade almost, while they upgraded it and they, rebuilt it. Made sure the world wasn't turning round instead of flat. Yeah.
Oh, I have a good story.
Excellent.
Firefly is back.
I meant to put that in here. Yes, that's fantastic.
Animated, but original cast.
Who cares? Yeah. I saw that, and that made me so happy. So aside from Firefly, the other place where Nathan Fillion has absolutely killed me was Dr. Horrible's Sing Along.
I know they have a podcast.
Yeah.
He does. I've seen some of his stuff.
I think he was in that. No, that's going to be fantastic. That was a show that I believe it was Fox that Fox completely messed up. Like they put this series out in the wrong order. And also didn't market it. Like they put it in the wrong time slot. They actually ran the episodes out of order by accident in the initial airing. And that's like it's a catastrophically bad treatment by the studio. That made my day seeing that one. Joel, do you remember what the inspiration was for that?
I don't.
So it was what after you lose a war, after you lose a civil war, and you have to go west, right? Because that's what happened to an awful lot of the folks in the United States, in the Confederacy. They lost, and they had to go someplace else. Um, I think all of us are from the South. None of us are pro Confederacy at all. But
I was born in Washington, D.C.
yeah,
Which, oddly enough, is still south of the Mason-Dixon line, despite what CBC says.
here's what blows my mind was that we decided to have a civil war with both capitals less than 100 miles apart, and the war lasted more than like.
Ready for this?
Uh-oh.
They occupied Maryland during the war.
I know.
It was a slave state. And now Maryland claims to be all haughty like they weren't. But because the Union couldn't have their capital in the middle of...
Yeah.
That's the one that gets me every time. It's like, you're not special. You were just as idiot as everybody else.
Mm-hmm. No.
In fact, what was it I found out? Rhode Island in like the late 1500s was the import slave capital.
Yeah, I believe it.
And then it moved.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, like A, it happened, and B. Oh, did y'all see that we just voted against pointing out that slavery was the great transatlantic slavery?
Argentina and
Israel.
Israel.
Yeah, like three people that aren't currently known for making three countries that are not currently known for making good decisions. I don't know, 2 out of 3. Yeah, we just said, yeah, no, slavery was fine. No, it wasn't. Appalling.
Oh, yeah, I got some good ones now. I knew I had some good ones at the beginning.
Ooh, real quick. We were talking about Facebook earlier. Did y'all see that the metaverse closed?
Yeah.
It made me happy. Do you remember how much
$70,000 in virtual real estate?
Huh?
Yeah, there were people that had money in that.
Yeah, I know, but how much?
Like $370,000.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
That's so much money got poured into that project.
Oh, like, why? Do you remember Second Life, like
Mhm.
2014, 2015? If it didn't work then, why did people think that this was going to be any different?
Second Life was actually a great educational tool.
It was. We actually
Isn't
taught.
that the one where they first started trying to do interviews in it?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. We actually used to teach auditing in that.
Yeah.
We would teach students how to go and do audits at companies, and they had staggered and structured responses. It was a fantastic educational
Brilliant
tool.
tool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very, very, very. I don't think it was making enough money. And the other thing that was a little weird about it, Second Life at least, I don't know if Metaverse had this problem. People were having like online affairs.
I mean, I think that happens probably at anywhere that there's a connectivity.
I guess probably like Coldplay concerts, maybe.
There you go.
Did you see she was back in the news?
Yeah, she was highly upset about that Super Bowl commercial. I thought the Bears were cute, and they weren't ashamed to be holding each other.
When she said, "I'm finally ready to talk about it," I was just like, "Man, maybe you shouldn't." Oh no, the metaverse is shut down. David, you said you had something for us.
Oh, I got all kinds of junk over here. Let me see here. So, politically, according to Newswire, to address the farm labor shortage, the Trump administration is going to turn to migrant workers.
I thought Florida was turning to children. The migrant workers from where, pray tell?
I'm leaving it alone.
Mm,
I'm leaving it alone.
from Greenland, perhaps.
Right. Oh.
Oh no!
If we could just pay TSA agents.
So, oh yeah. So a calculator. Trying to get this right.
Oh, California.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The calculator app that it can't be used for public, so the only way they could fix it was by geofencing California, so the app doesn't work in California.
Yes. I don't remember. It had to do with the age compliance.
Yes, they couldn't make it age verification because it's a calculator.
It's a calculator, right? Like, and I mean, it does have SIN in it, so sin.
So
Can't
one of the
expose
things
children
I
to
point out
sin.
to people is word choice matters.
In terms of states that we enjoy picking on,
All of them.
yes,
Solid, liquid, gas.
though plasma's my favorite one to ridicule.
Right.
Yes. So Florida, bless their little hearts, they're trying. Not trying the right things though, but they are trying. A Florida bill that would have banned first cousins getting married failed to pass.
Of course it did.
So Florida is
It's actually apparently more common than we realize.
yeah.
Even unknowingly.
Yeah. No, that's not good, folks. Florida, the state where your family tree
Is alive.
it's a tree. It's a stick.
Florida's
Your family stick.
I've always felt like West Virginia was a little.
A little.
So you've heard West Virginia, right? It's all relative. You've heard that one?
Yeah.
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 The implication?
Yes. Yes.
So they're seventh.
Unplugged.
They're the seventh ranked state for incest in the United States.
Oh, that's horrifying.
They're not even top 5.
Who's the top 5?
I don't remember the whole list, but if I tell you, because I do remember number 1, if I tell you that, you'll think about it a minute and realize it makes sense.
I'm gonna guess Alaska.
No.
Huh.
Maine. It's a lot more rural than people think.
Yeah, the Maine
And a lot
woods
more
are
snowbound than
gigantic.
people think.
Yeah, the Maine woods are gigantic.
But yeah,
Okay.
so West Virginia get a bum rap, but I was just like, wait, they're 7th?
Okay, so now Florida's number 2.
It could be.
Well, the Everglades are pretty spread out. It is kind of hard to get around in there.
Yeah.
This guy, electric cars going back. Chevy Bolt driver creates a DIY rear wheel generator. He hooked it to the rear wheel of his car with a belt to spin a generator to charge his electric car.
How much loss is there in that system?
You know, the article just said he did it and he could see power throughput. But at the same time, I don't think anybody's taken into a fact, like there's frictional losses. And in order to turn the wheel with the extra friction of the generator, it's pulling more from the battery than you can get back from the generator.
Yeah.
Outright.
Yeah.
Like
Even if it's 99% efficient in both systems, that's a 2%, well, a little more than 2% loss.
Oh, you mentioned the frictional loss. I'm thinking of just the wear. Like it's not going to be a tremendous amount of wear, but bearings wear, like just everything wear.
Well, remember, there's only like 7 moving parts on an electric vehicle.
Yeah, well, I mean, like,
And the one thing I think that nobody addresses is the reduction in fluids. There's no transmission fluid.
that's true. There's
no oil in the engine.
no. They don't use. It's like the electric motors are not oil cooled.
Air cooled.
How is the I guess drive shaft is the correct term.
There isn't one of those.
The shaft coming out of the electric motor. How's that lubricated?
It's a straight motor. Sealed grease bearing. Like we've got air handlers up here. Older motors you greased a lot.
Yeah.
And I used to have to do valves and all that when I was in
The
Navy.
one that I sent you the picture of has a Zerk fitting on it.
Yeah.
Skinner, you said kind of like the one that's sitting on the floor in your office.
That's the story of the one time I disobeyed a direct order in the Navy.
What, dude?
So, yeah. Because it actually came up here at work, and they're like, "You never disobey a direct order." And they're like, "Military, right?" And I'm like, "Well,
Wrong.
so we're underway. We're not far from probably the Strait of Hormuz at the time. And I actually wasn't on duty in the engine room. It was TAD, and we just happened to be up. We were actually doing something we shouldn't have been, which is playing video games on government computers, because we had installed the 90s. We had installed games on some of the parts.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? And then we'd take the games off in the morning, but they were networked back in the LAN party days, right?
Mhm.
So they called away an emergency. It was a lowering vacuum, number one main engine. So we start running because we're part of the CAT team. Then they secured it because everything was fine. So we go back where we're going. Then they called it away again. So we go running again. We get further. They tell us there's no emergency again. This is like a ship-wide. So the third time they call it away, we start running. Then they stop the emergency again. And we're like, oh no. So we get down there. And turns out, at that point, I was pretty senior and had been there long enough that I might have been the only guy still on the carrier from the last time the problem happened in that engine room. So I go down, and the problem is with how ship engines cool, right? So it's a turbine, goes to a condenser, so you take all the energy out of steam, then you condense it back into really hot water and send it back to be making the steam again, right? It's a Carnot engine, Now, when you're going really slow, there's not a lot of, like, you got to pump water through that big condenser. And I mean, it's huge. All three of us could stand side by side in the end. Like, it's huge.
Was that the one that had the
So it has
shark
a
in it?
propeller pump. Yeah, the same thing. Yeah, that big.
Yeah,
Not
that
that engine. That was another engine.
different engine.
Yeah, we had four of them.
Well, excellent. Okay.
Yeah, they were numbered 1, 4, 2, 3.
1-4 Shark 3.
Yeah, so they were numbered left to right,
Okay.
or right to left, right?
Okay. Why not?
But the engine rooms were numbered by where the propellers were,
Oh, that makes sense.
right?
Yeah.
But number one main machinery room was the furthest forward. The screw next to it was number 2, right? But its engine room was halfway back. Number 3 was more forward, and then number 4 was ahead of, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like 1 and 4 were next to each other. They were the outside screws, but they were the furthest forward engine rooms. So like at one point we had on our coveralls, and we got in trouble for it. It said no need for big Johnsons when you have the longest shaft. Number 1 MMR, because our propeller shaft was 800 and some feet.
That's really good.
Right?
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course we're going to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Bunch of young men.
It's good though.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So I go running down there, and
You know, your officers had your chiefs, not your officers, your chiefs had a very good giggle over that.
I'm sure, but they still yelled at us.
Well, yeah, because they got yelled at by the officers. But there's some second lieutenant that saw that and got very, very upset. But then the chiefs had a good giggle when they weren't around y'all.
We were also deployed, and one of the helicopter pilots may or may not have been in Playboy on my ship. And like, you might have found that story, right? You're not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
When you're active duty. Yeah. Still remember smelling that perfume like before I could even see her, like 30 feet away. Like I'm like, holy cow, why am I smelling perfume? It was laid up. So where was I? Oh yeah. So when you're going slow, you have to pump and use a propeller pump. Sometimes they suck up fish and grind them, but propeller pump. So in order for that to go through, like above 10 knots though, there's just a extra piece of pipe sticking out the bottom. And it's a scoop. And the movement of the ship through the water causes the water to ramp up and go through the engine and out.
Yep.
So we have to run the pump.
Mm-hmm.
Problem comes in with the flapper valves, right? When I got the scoop going, I need the water to not go through the pump backward.
Yep.
Because then it's not going through the engine, and vice versa. When I'm using the pump, I need it to not go through the right?
Yep.
No short circuit. Got to go
Yep.
through the engine, otherwise I'm
You
not
want it
moving
to go one way or the other.
So the problem comes in with guys are lazy, and they assume other people are doing the maintenance. I can skip it. Gene did it yesterday. And sometimes they're right. But that's why every time I took the mid-watch, I cleaned a little oil purifier. Because I knew for a fact that if I had it once every 3 or 4 days, all those other assholes assumed I had done it. No, the other guy did it.
Yeah.
I was the only guy doing it.
Yeah.
So I'd do it. But same thing happened. Zerk fittings, grease gun. Everybody assumes people are lubing them.
Mm-hmm.
In and of itself, not terrible, except for the fact that throttlemen are assholes. And what they used to do is they would wait, right? Because it's a steam valve, the big hand wheel. So they would wait until the ship got, and they'd be watching all the gauges and all that, and then they'd wait till the last possible second. And then they'd turn that wheel open as fast as they could, so that pump would come up really fast. Instead of going like, it'd be like,
Bam.
fires a slug of water, slams that flapper valve closed, and boom! And you could hear it 2 decks up, which is where they were. And they were trying to see how loud they could get it. Now combine that action with people not actually lubricating the valve.
They're building up an awful lot of pressure behind said
You
valve.
lock that valve into place, right? And now it won't transition. So what happens? The boat's going through the water, engine's fine. We slow down,
Can't get the
the
pump.
pump goes, but it's coming out the scoop because that valve's jammed,
Yep.
right? So what happens? No water going through the engine, no steam condense, lowering vacuum, engine not going to run.
Yeah.
Yep.
Emergency.
Doesn't matter.
What
It's not
happens?
lubricated.
They panic, they speed up, problem goes away because now there's enough water going through, right? So we go down there, I see it, and I'm like, oh, I know what's going on. So I grab the chain fall, I grab the big wrench, start rigging the chain fall to grab the wrench because you got to pop it free. And I was fit, but I wasn't that fit. It was a chain fall action. So I rig up the chain fall, and I'm like, I got this. And I tell the guy, give me the grease gun ready. It was just listening because, I guess I had that, I know what I'm doing look, because I'd seen it before.
Yeah.
Probably 2 years ago is the last time it got that bad. So all of a sudden we hear, stop, nobody do a freaking thing. Guys look like a bunch of hands. You don't know what you're doing. La da da da. Nobody touch nothing. So he goes upstairs. Chief goes upstairs. Lieutenant goes upstairs. LPO goes upstairs. And Minister Bliss goes upstairs. So I get up there. The engineering officer is there. I am directly in front of him. So an engineer on a carrier, that's a command billet. That's an 06. Full captain, colonel in the Army, right?
Yep.
Even though the carrier is also a command billet, and there's a captain running it, right? There's like 7 captains on a freaking carrier. So he's there. The lieutenant and the E6, my LPO, are to my left. The chief to my right. That's my old chain of command in the world. This guy runs all of engineering,
If it moves, it's his.
Thing about how nobody knows what they're doing. We're going to have to stop the carrier and put divers in the water.
Oh, shit.
And we're going to have to wake the captain and the admiral. We're going to have to stop this battle group in the Persian Gulf. And he's going on his rant about how we don't know what we're doing and we're going to have to figure out and all that. So, we're going to stop a whole battle group, cruisers, destroy submarines, and stop a moving aircraft carrier pretty close to Iran to figure this out. And he goes on his little rant and he finishes. And I said, respectfully, sir, you're wrong. I can fix this in 2 minutes. It's just a stuck valve. You've heard of people taking a step back. I've seen it. The chief, the lieutenant, and that E6 literally took 1 step back. And nobody was even asking for volunteers. And all of a sudden, it's me
And him.
and Captain.
Yep.
I'm using no names. Nothing but area. And he steps toward me, and he said, I'm going to wake a captain. You don't touch a thing that's in order till I get back. And up the ladder he went. watched
you
him
went
go,
downstairs.
and I thought, I can have it fixed before he gets to the captain. I went down the stairs, followed by the E6, the E7. I'm fixing it. He said, "Don't touch it, God." Wrong. He can hang me later. I already had the chain fall up. The wrench was already on the thing.
Right, yeah.
I hooked it up. I winched it. It popped free. I grabbed the grease gun. I greased it up. I moved it by the wrench. Made sure it was greased. Threw the wrench over. Pulled the chain, fall down. Picked up the phone. Number one main machinery room. Number one main engine ready to answer all bells. Number one main engine. Are you sure? Yes. Okay. I hung up. I turned around. All three of them look at me. That's it. I'm like, that's it. I'm going to work for like 2 years until somebody forgets to do it again. What are you going to do? I was like, well, just disobeyed an order. We are kind of in a war zone.
I hope I don't get shot.
I think I'm going to wait an upper level to see if he comes back, because if he wants me, he's got me. But I did just stop us from like parking a $3 billion aircraft carrier and a bunch of freaking anti-ship missiles.
Exactly, from becoming bigger targets.
Yeah, like, I mean, I did just kind of do a good thing, even though I was told not to. But like, I was also trained, fix it.
Fix it.
Right?
Quickly.
I mean, nukes are taught. Yeah, we were taught. If you know, do. Because if the guy who doesn't know,
Yeah.
if he's telling you blah and you know that's going to make it worse, don't do it. Like, that's what we're taught. So I waited around for like 2 freaking hours at upper level. I am not on watch. Just wait. Because I'm like, I'm hoping I'm going.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be in front of the captain as soon as he comes back. I'll be like bread and water, or I think I got a shirt with less stripes on it in my locker somewhere. Like, that's what I'm thinking. If I'm not going to the break. So after 2 hours, I'm like, I got to watch in a couple hours. They know where my rack is. So I went back and I went to bed. I woke up the next day and I went down and stood watch. Nothing happened. Nobody's saying nothing. And then the plan of the day comes out. So every ship has a plan of the day, and it's a list of everything that's going to go on that day. Flight ops. We're going to have bingo.
14:30. David's execution.
Just stuff like that. Science bullshit. Other pilots would come back and they'd have like video of them like flying ops. Cool stuff. Like where like we had one of them and the pilot's like zipping along, and then he's like, and then he turns the camera and you realize he's inverted and the dunes are going like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. You can't see it until he flipped the camera. Stuff like that. It was pretty cool. And we had the Jolly Rogers, so every one of our F-14s except one had a skull and crossbones painted on them. We were out in the winter, so the one that didn't have the full skull and crossbones, it had a skull with a Santa hat on it and crossed candy canes.
I love it.
I have photos somewhere.
That's awesome.
That's fantastic.
Right? So I think we were the last. Yeah, we also had the last flight of E6s. The dump trucks.
Yeah.
So plan of the day comes out. Read the plan of the day. Now, plan of the day is classified. It gets destroyed, because it's got evolution data, right? First thing it says, Bravo Zulu number 1 main machinery room for effecting a great repair last night. So Bravo Zulu is like, good job in Navy speak. Like, we don't call them water fountains or scuttlebutts. Right? So that's great. I'm like, oh, okay. The next day, plan of the day. Great job, number 1 main machinery room. Every day for 7 days, there was a different message about what a great job we did repairing that engine. But at no point did I see that guy. Did I see anybody directly associated with him? And in no way did our duty lines cross at all, because I'm pretty sure it was one of those, as long as I don't see Penny Oster Bliss, I don't have to do anything with Penny Oster Bliss, and I can just say that engine room did a good job.
Mm-hmm.
But legally, I think I could have been shot.
I think you have been shot. As we said, 14:30. David walks the plank.
I didn't get a medal, but I didn't get shot either.
Yeah, no, I mean,
And then the guys got medals for way less shit, so I'm kind of
yeah, you also have people who got shot for.
way less shit.
Yeah.
And keel hauling's still legal, I think, in the Navy.
We talked about that one a while back.
So, yeah.
It was posted.
I am that idiot who would disobey a direct order for reasons.
I don't think I have anything else out of Florida, and my collection of stories is wandering down.
How about
However-
Dollar General CEO warns that customers only have enough money for basic essentials.
Color me shocked.
But Dollar General is noticing a drop-off.
Right.
Oh.
Dollar General is saying people are too poor to shop.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's not.
That's like the first comment on the article. If Dollar General says they're noticing they're already mostly poor customers are broker than normal, that should be a sign.
That's a bad sign. Internet, for those you don't know, that is a chain of stores that sells very, very inexpensive things, just bare staples. For them to notice that, that's a problem. Their sales go down when one of two things happen. The people that normally buy from Dollar General have more money and they go someplace else because they can.
We're going to Food Lion tonight.
Exactly. We're going to alternatively, they don't have more
I
money.
love Food Lion. Don't get
They,
me wrong.
yeah, no,
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
fine.
We all do.
The other
Piggly
options
Wiggly,
that-
though.
Okay, no, that's
Nobody here will know what a Piggly Wiggly
I
is.
do, unfortunately, I do. I've also gotten food poisoning from them.
There used to be one, but
So, in terms, David, you were talking about military leadership. This is a fantastic one.
Uh-oh.
Okay, I'm going to read you the first paragraph of this article. U.S. Major General, won't say who oversaw the command that coordinated, trained, and equipped Ukraine's military, left a tube of classified maps on a train to Poland for more than a day, more than 24 hours, and was concussed from falling after an overindulgence, in his words, an overindulgence in alcohol. Mm-hmm.
It happens.
Yeah. The Pentagon Inspector General has reported.
So, I'm not going to say it happened, but I'm not going to say it didn't happen. Where a captain of an aircraft carrier showed up so sloshed, and he didn't want anybody to see him that way, that he ordered the hangar bay sealed and cleared so nobody would see him going to his stateroom after a night out.
Was he crawling? Close.
He cleared the hangar bay.
there's nobody there to tell one way or the other.
Yeah, there were a lot of guys that hated that guy. They called him Stormbringer for a while.
Ooh, that's not good.
Yeah, we went out. We went up in the Persian Gulf on maneuvers,
Yeah.
training.
Yeah.
Got to sail, you got to check stuff. I think he was also the guy that was afraid to do the hard left turn.
Why?
So, the island on the Enterprise and the island on the Bainbridge were
Said it
identical,
would be
Mhm.
NASCAR.
right? And
Good.
you can drift an aircraft carrier. You can so,
Yeah.
So, but the island on an aircraft carrier is designed to break off at more than a 55-degree list to start with. So the tower doesn't pull it over. So the tower is designed to break off.
See, I thought that they offset the deck. I thought they
It
offset
does.
the deck.
But if
to
it's
keep-
going over, you want the weight to go to slam it back down. Then you can
Huh.
just cross flood to keep it, right? Play with your
Okay.
tanks. So,
Why was he afraid to turn left then? Because the thing's on the right hand side.
yeah, if you're turning left, you're.
Oh, true. You don't bank into it. I was thinking like an airplane.
No, you can't leave a carrier. It's going the opposite.
Yeah, I got.
Motorcycle where you don't know what you're doing. Right? You turn left and you don't lean into it. You're leaning out. Centripetal force, right?
Yeah, you.
So he was afraid. It was old and rusted. If he pulled the turn, where's the captain sitting? In the bridge on the island.
Yeah,
If it breaks free,
he's going to be sitting in the water.
He wanted to
in
get
a big metal house. Right?
Yeah.
So, but the idea was if the Enterprise lost hits, they could pull the Bainbridge in side by side, cut the Bainbridges off at the deck, lift it over and put it on there, and put the carrier right back into service.
Okay.
That was part of the original design. So he wouldn't do that. Anyway, we're out in the Gulf of Mexico, and Hurricane Gordon is cruising through the Gulf of Mexico, and it comes up into the Gulf and it's getting ready to hit Panhandle of Florida. And finally, SeaPlan messages the carrier and says that they give him permission to deviate from course in any means necessary to. Word gets around when stuff like this happens that, normally we wouldn't be privy to this kind of communication, but the minute it's
Get out of the way of the
there's
storm.
a rumor.
Yeah.
You're not going to believe what our captain did. Right? That's going on. So, anything you got to do to get out of the way of this hurricane.
And
You told me to go this way first. I'm going this way.
how much did that thing cost, David?
So,
No. How much did that?
billions. That's
How-
$3 billion without the air wing.
Okay, no. So you were there when it was torn apart and glued back together. So what was its refitting cost?
No, I have no idea. No.
It basically it went through half of its life cycle.
Yeah, we were refueling all 8 reactors.
Yeah, and so then you
Yeah.
take it apart.
I had 8 instead of like all the other ones have 2.
Yeah, that still tickles me.
Bigger ones.
It still tickles me that it was the strategy y'all went with, but okay.
So I do remember it was rough. I remember standing watch that morning, and I remember being an idiot because I ate a huge breakfast of pancakes and eggs and hash browns.
How much does an
Chinese
aircraft
rice.
carrier typically move,
And I
David?
had milk, and I had orange juice, and I had grape juice. I was freaking hungry, and I don't know why. I don't think I've ever eaten that much damn food at all. But I was okay.
How much
I
does
grew up on boats. My uncle was a shrimp boat guy, right?
David? How much does an aircraft carrier usually move around?
So most carriers won't move a lot. There's a difference because there was only one Enterprise class carrier. And it was designed when they didn't know what a nuclear powered aircraft carrier would need. So if you ever look at a modern one, they have like a T-bottom, and that prevents wallow. The Enterprise has a swept hull like a speedboat. It can go fast.
She could boogie.
In fact, somebody may have taken one of the engine order telegraphs off one of the engines and added past flight speed. There may have been professionally engraved the words "full tilt boogie" on it.
Oh, really?
Really. So
That's cool.
we're going, and the guy who had watched before me was an asshole. Not intent, but he took like a 1-inch nut and tied it to a 6-foot piece of string from the pipe in the ceiling. And so it's sitting there. And I take my logs and I come sit on this freaking hand wheel because it's hot.
And you're watching
And that thing is going.
Oh no.
And that's it.
I mean, to the camera, it is literally this far. And
Oh.
we're not pumping because we're somewhere we can't pump the bilges. So the water is going splash.
Oh.
And of course, the guy upstairs, he's doing stuff he's not supposed to keep the alarms because the boilers are going side to side.
Sloshy.
So it's like low water level, meh. High water level, meh. Low water level, meh. Right? So, and the pumps are going because they can't make up their mind am I going too much or too little, right?
Right.
So all that stuff's going on.
The term you're looking for is chaos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not legal to take a bunch of really large wrenches and duct tape them to the switches that you have to manually push to silence so that they stay down so you don't have to deal with the horns all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe you got to keep an eye out for anybody who's not wearing a blue uniform, like all those officers and chiefs. And as soon as you see one of them, maybe you got to rip
A bunch of
16 wrenches off of switches and throw them in a locker and then sit there and push buttons again. But maybe.
Sounds like an ICU to me.
So, yeah. So, anyway, it's going back and forth. I'm turning green. Half the ship's got a freaking patch behind their ear.
Dying. Yeah.
Dying. Like, I mean, they're handing out seasick patches because carrier is. And I'm thinking, and I'm like, I could just throw up and feel better.
I don't think
Nobody's around here. Everybody's upstairs.
I don't think that's how it
Nobody
works.
So I did. I walked over to the edge, leaned over, yacked into the bilge. 2 minutes later, I'm great.
While I'm yakking in the build, the chief mechanical operator comes down to check on me and catches me throwing up and starts making fun of me.
Mhm.
But 5 minutes later, I'm like, but I feel better now. Still seasick. Like, that's how it is. So anyway, so we're going along. I get off watch. I do something else. And then I go outside to have a smoke. And the sky is clear.
Oh, that's bad.
It's sunny. I'm enjoying a nice smoke. I'm like, man, that's awesome. I look off in the distance and there's all kinds of whirling, broiling chaos over there.
Yeah.
Like, wow.
And you look the other way.
Almost a shit. Glad we're done with that shit. And I'm looking around and I'm like, wait a minute. Looking around and I'm like, okay. I look up and there's a big circle.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh, we gotta go back through this because we're in the eye, right? Like we gotta.
Halfway point. Intermission.
So back in we go. We were in it for a while.
You all went dead center through a hurricane? Why?
Hurricane Gordon.
Yeah.
Hey, wait. So we're coming out the other side. What happens? We get a flooding call.
Shit.
When we're going back through.
Okay.
Flooding way above the water line. And way forward. And so we're like, what the? That's not even. How do you have flooding that high? Nope. What happens? The waves are hitting the bow of the carrier as we're going, and they're hitting it with such force. Like you could watch on the flight deck camera, they're crashing over the flight deck.
Okay.
Holy.
But we're hitting the waves so hard.
That's like 40 feet.
We're hitting the waves so hard, they're starting to pull steel off the hull. So we wind up dogging hatches so that the water can't come back further. But it's like 30 feet above the water line. But
Yeah.
So we get through that. Good job. Now it's time to go home. So we go down and we sail around Florida and we're coming back toward Norfolk.
What does Uncle Sam say when you peel
And
his
Hurricane Gordon comes across Florida
And you gotta
and slams right into us again on the Atlantic side.
Okay, so 2 questions. One, what does Uncle Sam say when you peel
Maybe it'll bring
that,
you up.
when you peel that much off of your front?
They just welted back.
I can imagine that captain got absolutely
He made admiral. So here's the secret. Any captain who captained the Enterprise made admiral. Everyone.
Really?
Wow.
Somebody might be able to Google it and find one that didn't, but yeah. But yeah, to my knowledge, every single one. No matter how much they drank, no matter how bad they were.
Interesting.
That's wild.
Sorry.
Well, I got a couple more left here, and these are random ones, but
Yeah, I got a bunch of random ones.
meningitis B outbreak. In the
good
UK.
Lord.
At
Yeah.
at one of the universities. Actually had a kid that was on campus, and he ended up catching it there. They've had, I think, 2 that have died.
Died.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
Not
That's terrible.
yeah, not good when those
No,
those
that's not
outbreaks
good at all.
occur. And it highly contagious. Speaking of contagious stuff, tuberculosis.
Oh, I read that one.
Oh,
You
did
go
you?
ahead. No, you go, because I can close some tabs because my computer's actually slowing down.
It
I got so many tabs open, it's killing it.
yeah, tuberculosis is never great, and it was in a pretty good shape there for a long time. But the outbreak that hit San Francisco is caused some major problems. I'm trying to find the numbers. 4 confirmed active TB cases were diagnosed the end of February, and then 3 suspected.
That's not good.
Yeah,
That was highly contagious.
it is, and it's been pretty bad. So between the meningitis and TB, we kind of continue along the line that we've talked about several times before of things that we used to be able to treat really,
Yeah.
really well are now becoming a challenge. Prior to coming in here, I was giving fit tests for N95s to make sure that they are um, functional for our teams for measles. Even though there haven't been many measles cases in North Carolina, we're still expecting that we need to be prepared for those in outpatient areas because measles is so contagious.
Did you see what had happened in Texas? The measles, like it's not a cluster at this point. It is now so a couple of kids were in an ER and they were seen by a large number of people while they tried to figure out what it was. And finally, I don't remember, it was not an infectious disease specialist, but somebody went by and was like, wait a minute, and called effectively CDC, but not CDC, but that kind of emergency hotline, and described the symptoms and what they were seeing. Person goes, "Oh yeah, that's very serious measles. Immediate quarantine for everyone who has been anywhere near them," and it has been a bad situation since. It has not been good.
Yeah. So that trend's continued, and then we've talked about invasive species before on the podcast, and
Meth heads.
yeah, this
Meth
this
makers.
particular month, 14 hours ago, this article was published on an unstoppable mushroom that is tearing through the North American forest. It is a yellow, what was it? A yellow oyster.
Oh,
Yeah, I just saw the word oyster go by. Oh, wow, it's beautiful. Is it edible? It says golden killer. Never mind.
Yeah, the golden oyster mushroom. But what it's killing a lot of is other fungi, and it's really, really impacting the nematode worms.
It says that's not two words that should go together.
Carnivorous mushrooms.
Yes,
Yeah. It
that's not good words at all.
Yeah.
Gene.
So this is the latest invasive species that we're seeing, becoming more and more
That's
common
terrible.
around the country.
Okay,
So yeah,
let's never talk about this
yay!
again.
Things to continue to be worried about.
That's appalling.
Yeah, and it's hitting hardwood trees, which is terrible.
Those are those are expensive.
Well, and they're pretty if you use them right. So yeah, I hate it.
I do too.
Used to really enjoy a lot of woodworking, so seeing hardwood that gets damaged like that, it was terrible for the trees.
We got a boatload of pecan.
Mm-hmm.
I have not figured out what to do with. Maybe we shall talk about that sometime.
furniture.
I don't.
Furniture I want, but I don't know who can make furniture.
I don't know how to make furniture. I can take boards and I can make them into. I can take rough cut lumber and make it into not rough cut lumber, and that's it.
Our College of Design has some really, really talented designers for creating some furniture. I actually used to work for one when I was when I started undergrad. I worked for a guy who was a graduate of our architecture program that built a lot of furniture. I don't know if he's still doing it or not. I don't know if he retired, but there's a lot of really cool furniture designers in this area that are graduates of the College of Design.
The state of North Carolina used to be like mega big in furniture production. High Point still holds the furniture market where people come from around the world to purchase furniture. We've got still like Furnitureland South is where the White House goes to buy furniture.
Yeah.
It's still a big deal here, but it's not. It's taken its hit. Yeah.
The weird part is nobody's making real furniture. Everything is like pressed forward, or nobody's making like solid wood.
I love our European friends because I figured out what IKEA is. It's actually a plan to conquer the world because everybody's going to be so busy trying to figure out there's instructions that aren't actually instructions that they're not going to notice the Swedish tanks coming.
I dated a girl. I was putting some stuff together. We went to IKEA.
They got good meatballs.
Yeah, but she sits down, gets a drink, and is like,
You got that? And I'm like, we're not. She goes, no. First rule of relationships: do not put furniture together.
That's a
She says-
good rule.
That is a good one.
Here for when you're frustrated and done.
That is a really
That is a
good rule.
David. That's a clever lady right there.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a clever
Very
one.
bright.
Yeah.
Yeah, the other rule at our house is because that's a good one. But the other rule at our house is actually you can tell me what to do or how to do, but not both.
Yes.
That's
Same
Keep
rule.
going mad at me.
No, that's a good rule. That saves quite a lot of
'Cause if you
relationships.
tell me how to do it, like if you tell me to do it a certain way, I'm not responsible for the output.
Right.
I did what you said, and you're responsible for the output. My hands are just, an extension of you.
No,
Although you have a history of disobeying orders, so
I do.
that's funny.
All right.
I actually picked up the rules that you suggested. Also, do not start a new project after 6 o'clock at night.
oh yes,
That's a really good rule.
yeah.
That was a good one to introduce into our lives.
So
I wish I could have successfully pulled that off.
I did the other day, like before I went to bed, grab the putty and the wall patch and throw it on the wall in the room I'm trying to get ready for my mom because
Mhm.
I realized A, if I didn't start, it would never get done, and B, if I didn't throw it on there and leave it the hell alone, I was gonna like keep messing with it all day. So I did the initial patch, and I figured this week I'll go and smooth it and all that because I'm like, if I don't start, I won't. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I love that they started making it. It's been around for years now, but they started making this stuff that goes on pink and dries clear or white
Yeah.
because that was a game changer. That and the you can now buy the mesh that glues itself on
Mhm.
for repair. So you patch the hole, mesh on, goop again.
Well, I have a big one.
Great, and it's fantastic.
I've had a run at my house.
You had a huh?
I had a run at my house.
Uh-oh.
So like, I got new windows and doors. Wife,
Yeah.
got
Oh yeah.
dogs.
Yep.
AC went out. Had to buy a new AC unit.
Yep.
I think my credit's about maxed out right now. Trying to get the house ready, so went up, grabbed mom's stuff with a messed up foot, and helped move mom's stuff. Drove a moving truck. When the guy was doing the AC, he found a way to go from the attic to my son's room really fast.
Oh,
I saw that.
So
My
is he
youngest.
gonna ankle brace too now, or
no, he's doing okay, but it actually helped me because like they were gonna fix it, and I was like, well, I can fix it, and so they're like, we can credit your account and throw in the 10-year warranty instead of the 2-1, and I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
I can buy 2 sheets of drywall and waste 2 days.
yeah,
So my
absolutely.
my youngest brother. In terms of places that you don't want to fall through the ceiling in a house? Where's the one place that you can think of that is catastrophically bad to fall through? And I'll say it's bad for the person doing the falling.
Over the bathroom,
No.
Stairs.
hitting porcelain.
Yes,
head.
over the basement stairs.
Ooh,
Yeah, because it's not one story you're falling. If you
It's
do it in the
really
right
landing
spot,
flat.
yeah, you're falling. You did it in the middle of the basement stairs, so he went at 4.5 and then
Landed
landed.
rolling.
Yeah, exactly. And you roll down, and what stops you? A concrete wall at the bottom of the stairs because they come down and then they turn. Yeah, he looked.
meeting stops eventually.
Yeah, he looked like. You know how you were talking about that the nut that was swinging back and forth? He didn't look like the people around it. He looked like the nut. He was just going to town.
So, jumping aside,
Uh-oh.
Idaho just signed into a law March 17th that their primary method of execution going forward will be firing squad.
Yeah.
Joining South Carolina, Idaho, Mississippi, and Oklahoma, and Utah. Since I had so many on the first run we did for the podcast, I was
Oh,
like,
man.
why did you not read
That's awful.
that?
Well, I mean, if you think about it, part of the reason why they're having to switch over to that from lethal injection is they can't find.
The medicine.
Yeah, it's the medical providers don't have to
Yeah.
give it anymore, and it's kind of like, well, why do they use alcohol when putting the IVs in for an execution? But yeah, I mean, I honestly surprised that they haven't come up with more unique ways than firing squad.
Humanity has been very creative about that.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Maybe you got anything else?
Oh yeah.
Uh-oh. Give us at
I can
least.
roll through.
Give us.
Cops jailed a woman for months after an AI tool wrongly flagged her as a suspect.
I saw that. Was it that she was misidentified, or
Yeah,
that it was?
yeah, she wasn't actually that person.
Oh boy. Okay. I thought maybe it hallucinated what she had done. I did not read that article. I just saw that it happened. Yeah. Yeah. No. That she's going to get paid by not just the police department, but also the people who were AI in that.
I
Yeah.
So an 18-year-old has developed a device that will detect breast cancer early. It's a smart bra, built-in sensors. Not sure how accurate that one is, but looks very techy.
And
Psychologists have found out that men and women process information visually differently.
indeed.
Yes, women are much more able to see static objects, and men are much more attracted to motion objects, which is part of the reason in this article that says why men can't find the thing sitting in front of them, because our visual processing is built for hunting prey or defending against things that are mobile.
Or in some of our cases, running from things that are moving very quickly.
We would be very prone to landmines. Right. Just like set it right there, and we would not.
Absolutely correct, sir. Yeah.
But my second wife, at one point, she got mad at me. She's like, "What the hell is wrong with you?" I said, "What?" She goes, "I don't understand it. You're an intelligent man, but like, you can't find your socks sitting right there on the freaking dresser." She said, "But the minute somebody's hurt, there's blood, something, you're calm. Everybody's freaking out. You know where everything in the house is. You can tell people where to go get stuff, what to do, and all that. And you're like everybody, you got it all sorted out. And the minute the emergency's over, you can't find your socks again."
That does sort of sum us up, doesn't it?
Oh, so Claude Opus 4.6. Did you hear about that one?
No.
So Claude Opus 4.6, they were running it and testing it and training it, and it realized it was being tested.
Oh, we did know that one.
So it went out and looked up AI tests and then decrypted the answer key so it could answer the questions better.
That's awesome.
Was it last one or the one before, Gene, where you had the thing was blackmailing somebody? Or was that you? Who had the one where that was blackmailing the researcher?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember that one.
I think that was maybe 2 episodes back then. Yeah, I think that was it.
So I got another AI one somewhere in here, so I'll just say it, and then we'll keep looking. But what's it called? Starts with a P.
There's a lot of
No,
words.
it's an AI with a P.
We were talking about this earlier.
Not proxy.
Or no, you and I were talking about this earlier. Yeah. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah.
Perplexity. So
I don't know.
Researchers went after Perplexity, hooked into Chat GPT. And AI will start giving answers based on other things, and it starts accepting certain things as fact in the middle of the conversation, right? And it builds kind of a trust network of things that it accepts. So they utilized Chat GPT, as I understand the article, to figure out what Perplexity was accepting as fact in this interaction and start playing into that. And based on that back and forth interaction, they were able to use Chat GPT to get Perplexity to get into a phishing scam for them in 4 minutes.
Really?
Where it starts releasing data and stuff that it should not be doing.
Oh, okay. Well, that's better. I thought it was going to be like performing phishing like against a person. Yeah, no, it got fished.
It got fished.
I got. Oh, that's hilarious.
In 4 minutes.
Have you? That's
so. I
awesome.
do think that I mentioned that there was a Florida man who said that he was kidnapped. I think I said it last, but there was a Florida guy who claims he was kidnapped by dolphins and forced to live in underwater city.
Yes.
It was great. The sheriff in Florida has clarified that no dolphins have kidnapped anyone to build an underwater. That's an actual press release from a sheriff in Lee County. I don't know. It sounds to me like he's like not taking the victim seriously.
Can you even imagine having to be the sheriff that has to release that first release?
Okay, do you remember when people were in Florida were having to be told, A, don't shoot at the hurricane, you're not going to do anything, you might shoot your neighbor, or B, do not discharge firearms trying to kill the coronavirus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it was this month, but it might have been last month. Stop me if it's last month. We can cut it. Tim Sheehy, GPOP senator from Montana, and the U.S. Marine that was protesting, broke his arm.
That was this month. Yeah.
Yeah. Wound up breaking his arm because his arm got stuck in the door and they kept yanking on him.
Did you see what that tool of a guy said afterwards about how he was very proud of himself for a little while?
Well, he was also standing there afterward when they realized that his arm was broke. I don't know if you saw it. Like,
Yes,
I
I did.
And
It's
people are like, "We're all right," and he's like, "No."
Right, exactly.
But he's a firefighter from Raleigh. I don't know if you knew that.
I did not.
I
He is
didn't know that.
he is a firefighter from Raleigh. He's a not active duty Marine,
Yeah.
but he dressed up in his Marine uniform to go protest.
They're
Police
never
wasn't
not
supposed to
Marines.
be.
Yeah, they're never not Marines.
But like, you're not supposed to protest where he was anyway. It's not a public area. So, and like being a Marine, you would think you would know that you are not supposed to. You can't protest in uniform.
Yeah, but you're,
No, misrepresent yourself or your country.
I did not know that actually, but it seems like a good rule.
So there was that one. Awesome one right here. You ready?
I'm
We're gonna get medieval.
Uh-oh. Let's have it.
Chinese soldiers drill in phalanx formation near India-China border because under a 1996 agreement between the two nations, firearms are banned within 2 kilometers of the line of actual control, the LAC. So, Chinese soldiers with spears and tower shields drilling in formation.
Yep.
This has also been a place where they have had fights with bats,
I've
slugs,
seen those.
ticks,
Yeah.
and chains because they're not allowed Marines in that area.
I know. I absolutely.
The funny part is both armies are going in and just having a slugfest.
I have seen some of those videos, and they are amazing. It is like modern day, like medieval warfare.
Gang fights that we thought were happening in the 80s on TV. in New York.
Did you see the movie Gangs of New York?
Yeah.
That is that we did have stuff like that happening here.
A Roman phalanx formation. They've got plastic shower shields.
That is fantastic.
In the snow up on the mountain. Oh, yeah.
You know,
Some of these I'm like,
so
how
wait a
is it
minute.
not?
That's impressive that they have managed to stick to the rule of no guns.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
that's
amazing.
I commend both parties in doing that. I think that if we started actually like having a no firearms rule in warfare, that would be A, hilarious, and B, I still think that
I don't know. It'd get ugly. I tell you what, I'd be in a lot more debate.
yeah, I'm sure.
Actually, at one point I said, if guns are outlawed, can we just go back to settling disagreements with swords? And the first comment under mine, because I used to do a lot of
I know.
stuff,
Yeah.
like, it was like, not disagreeing with you anymore. I've seen you sword fight. Oh.
Yeah, I would be.
against lefties because they were harder to fight. Because like you're normally fighting, right? Sword shield.
Mhm.
If you're fighting a righty, his sword's on your shield side. If you're fighting a lefty, your shield's on his shield side, and you're both swinging.
Oh boy, you do
sword to
have a
sword.
time.
It is way different.
That's okay. I got you there. Yeah.
Fortunately, I was born lefty and made to be righty, so I'm a little more ambi than I should be.
Amphibious,
Yeah.
because we make that joke.
Yeah. Yeah, we're at NC
All right.
State. We can
Yeah,
make that
we
joke.
can make
Heard
that
about the
joke.
F-15 Eagle pilot accidentally shot down in Kuwait.
Yeah. By whom?
So the guy had a hard time. The female,
Okay.
Kuwaitis rolled up. You okay? And then
Mhm.
they're taking selfies and drove her to set.
I think
You got to be really nervous when you don't know who's driving up after you just got shot down. But like seeing some like Kuwaiti's like, hey, you all right? Jump in the Mercedes. We'll take you home.
I think, don't hold me to this, but I believe the Kuwaitis were the ones who shut that plane down. I think we also lose our first F-35.
think so.
I think we have just lost an F-35 within the last week and change, which is surprising. I thought that was had to be a hoax story, but no, it looks like that's actually a thing that we've managed to lose one of those.
It happens. I just saw that they're shipping them now without the radar.
Well, no, I mean
They're putting weights, barbell weights in the front.
Well,
They fly easy.
stuff breaks and stuff gets messed up, but I was not expecting a stealth fighter to get shot down by.
So think about it this way, right? If you're flying along and you're in a stealth fighter, I
Mhm.
can see you. If I just start throwing lead up, how good a shot I got to be at 20 feet with a shotgun,
No.
right? Like that's the problem with the A10, the A10 versus jet. It's got a shot. Why? It can turn and just start firing, and the jet's got such a freaking long distance to turn against a slower plane. It can literally want to get out of the way of the round of bullets it's flying into and can't.
I have seen at air shows both the original stealth fighter fly and also the F-22. I've seen both of those in action flying around, and I will say the F-22 was cool, but in terms of invisibility, true invisibility, that's the original. What is it? It was the Nighthawk, the F-117. When that was flying and point on, you could not see it at all. It was not that it was light clouds, light cloud cover, but it was at just above treetop level, as invisible as you could. It was mind-blowing, and it made no. It was subsonic, and it made no sound
coming straight at me,
mm-hmm.
and it looks like a dart.
Yeah, I believe it.
And when they break the sound barrier, they're invisible.
I believe that too.
They compress the air so much that they cannot, like, you just think it went away. It like pops in and out of reality because of the air compression.
I believe that.
You heard about the crude oil pipeline in Saudi?
It was trying to do.
Built in the 80s, retired. It's actually running, and it was one pipeline for oil and one pipeline for natural gas. They've actually reversed the natural gas when it's pumping oil, and they're talking about building a third pipeline, but it totally avoids the Strait of Hormuz. It's real.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while to build another pipeline, but you know,
I don't know, man.
They'll build it fast.
You can have it accurate, right? Fast, quality, or cheap. You can only have two. I'll tell you this. Those guys got money.
Yeah,
they can have fast quality if they want it.
The hard part's going to be that it's still going to fall somewhat in range.
Yeah,
for the drones. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was
drone shielded.
Yeah,
that actually wouldn't be that hard.
I think it's easier to shield off like I would have thought like the different military bases that have been hit would have been easier to.
Have you seen the runs in the Ukraine? So when they're moving troops forward, they actually have it's almost like a metal netting.
Mm.
They camo it, but it's metal netting. So if the drone the drone can see it.
It
can't penetrate.
Yeah, no, these are the ones
but
Iran's using.
Entire base.
The ones that Iran's using are they're not little drones. They're like big ones. Like they're not the first-person view ones that the Ukraine folks are using to take out an individual tank where they drop the drone down the turret.
They have several types.
Yeah, they got some big ones that are booking. They're not quad rotors.
Did I talk about the Irishman?
No, but I remember seeing that posted on your
short Irishman, 3 foot 4 inches tall.
Okay.
Red hair. Is accused of. We all heard about we don't need the Strait of Hormuz. Just 12 thermonuclear warheads. We could take a canal.
Let's not use nuclear.
That was Newt Gingrich.
We did think about that at one point. We have legitimately looked at landscaping via nuclear bombs, and I don't think it's called landscaping anymore when you convert the terrain into glass. But right?
We're getting ready to go to the moon.
Yep.
First woman, first Canadian, and first black astronaut to go up that far.
And go Reed for leading that one.
And one of the three is an NC State grad.
Really? Yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
That's awesome. tech hobbyist. I'm trying to verify this one with another source, but I'm
Okay.
really interested in this one because the guy 3D printer and some stuff, $96 in parts. He's got an assisted target, shoulder launch, and air missile.
Okay, no, it's not launchable, but yeah, I did see the it's a man pad. He built a man pad. Yeah, it absolutely was. It's not explosive, and it's missing all the propellant and all the stuff, and stuff is made out of plastic that should not be made out of plastic on a working
But he's got it started.
well, he's basically modeled it. Like, he's 3D printed. I imagine like the warheads, painted 3D printed bright red plastic, so it's not going to, go off. But no, that absolutely, I thought that was brilliant. Because like when he pulls it out of the thing, the fins deploy. The whole thing
Oh, yeah.
worked like it's supposed to. It was
All right. Probably not true. Loved it anyway. Gas prices so high. Dad went to the car dealership to test drive a car and used that car to go pick his kid up from school.
I
so
believe
he used
that.
his gas.
I believe it.
Thought that was awesome. Uber's founder says plumbers will make LeBron James money in the age of AI because there won't be that many of them.
I don't believe that, but
I think the whole economy is going to shift.
did you
we don't
see?
know.
Did you see that one of the AI guys was saying that not only would it shift, but there would be like only two groups of people that would be employable going forward, and it was folks who I don't remember how he phrased it, but it was two groups of people: those who were, I believe, neurodivergent, and those who were in the trades. And I remember looking at that
Oh,
going,
trades is coming back huge in this country.
no, it's not coming back. It's just the one that's not being affected by AI yet because the necessity of being able to put a hand on something, right? Let me assure you that will be replaced by a machine as soon as that is conceivable,
The problem
as soon as
with
it's
that is
possible.
what machines can do and what they can't do.
Yeah.
I could 3D model a building and have machines build it.
Yep.
I could make robots build to that plan in steps. After I figure out how to program it, they can AI it. Oh, I got to build the bottom floor, then the next floor, and I got to frame it and all that. I can do that. Where you're going to have value is the fact that how do you fix a toilet?
I would not have thought that
How do
the
I
investigation part.
Fix an outlet.
Yeah, I would not have thought that the current iteration of AI could do the bits and pieces and appear to be thinking through stuff, whether it is or not, but give the appearance of that.
One of the things I'm thinking is going to happen, and I'm surprised Musk isn't there yet, but we want to build something on the moon. We want to build something on Mars. We have these like Honda robots, and they can do mimicry.
Yeah.
And now we have these walking pads where you can like walk in one place and move. So now, why don't I just put one in mimic mode and transmit the mimic to it? I could literally have people on Earth seeing through its eyes and building something
Kinda
in
like
an
how-
oxygen-free environment, build it up.
Like how
And they go.
Gene's Da Vinci surgical suite robot worked.
Yeah,
The only problem is the latency.
'Cause you were
Once
taking-
get the quantum transmitters where there's no lag between us
well,
and the destination.
talking about lasers for communication, like there's some real possibilities for that.
Well, no, but like even then, right? There's like 8 minutes
To
to
the-
the radio to the moon.
Yeah.
Like, how long to freaking?
I mean, you can 3D print a house now.
Yeah.
So,
But what I mean is, like,
additive
If I get quantum and technical communication where it's simultaneous, distance doesn't become a factor.
Right.
Now I can see in real time what the robot sees and I can drive it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean I can 3D print a lot, but the rest of it is like
Yeah.
being able to resolve the issues. Oh, dust blew that rock into the way. The 3D printer's talking about how to deal with that. Not that it's common, but
now that there's a lot of wind on the moon.
there is a little though.
Yeah.
Saw something. What was it? Kentucky family rejected a $26 million offer for their farmland, which is 10 times the going rate. They were going to buy it and build a data center.
I saw
People
that.
turned that down because wasn't as good as their family farm with their heritage.
Yeah,
I thought
I gotta
she
say,
said
there's
she
something
was
you don't
there.
hear.
She was there to feed the world, and I mean that's impressive.
kudos to her. There was also the gentleman who did that, I guess, about 2 months ago. Same deal. Was just like, no, I'm not selling.
South Korea discovered a new dinosaur, the Duliasaurus.
I saw it. I was not about
Me?
to try to pronounce that.
Yep, first official dinosaur discovered in 15 years. The AI makes it look like a baby furry Tyrannosaurus with deer fur on it. I like the feathered versions. Still freaks me out that we did them wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Like everybody pictures them without feathers because we didn't know when they came out with the Jurassic Park movies.
Yep.
Stop me if I'm doing one wrong. I'm just trying to find the interesting ones now. North Carolina man must pay back the millions he acquired from first ever streaming fraud case.
What was he? How was he committing streaming fraud? Was he
So-
not actually there
This gentleman
presenting?
invented a fake band using AI, uploaded it, and then on multi devices started bulk streaming it and promoting them so other people would stream this non existent group, and got $8 million out of all of the hit gens.
I didn't realize that
But
was a North
nothing on the
Carolina
back
person.
end was
So
real.
wait,
I didn't realize it was a North
did y'all
Carolina
know
person.
that
I didn't either, but
there was the
when I first saw it, I didn't realize it.
there is the one band that doesn't exist. What is the name of it? Gorillas?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gorillas does it's
Well, they're on Shark Tooth Scrim, I think is the name of the stuff. So
Yeah.
they actually project them. The cartoons projected.
yeah. When you go to their YouTube channel,
Because Madonna sang with them one time, and she was walking through the band. Because I wanted to get some of that for I wanted to do it for a LARP.
Mhm.
Put it up like a 30-foot sheet. You could actually blow up a projection of a person and have them interact with you in real time through a speaker.
Mhm.
And you could actually like in the woods make it look like there's a 30-foot tall person there.
Yeah.
You know,
that would be cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, I owned a LARP company for 25 years, so like, there's a lot of things where I'm like, how would I pull that? So I've got a lot into that. There's just a lot of it I couldn't do. Let me see here. So this one, it's not news, but it struck me. Do you remember the A-Team, Howling Mad Murdoch?
Yeah.
Did you know he also is Lieutenant Barclay on Star Trek: The Next Generation? I did not know that. It's annoying me that I didn't. So yeah, I had to bring that one up. So if anybody else didn't know, now you do.
here's one that will mess with you. The guy that played Porkins in Star Wars,
Yeah.
the first one. He's in Indiana Jones.
Yes,
Yeah.
he was.
Yeah, he's one of the detectives or the CIA guys.
He was also in the first Batman with Michael Keaton. He was the detective.
He was, wasn't he? Yeah, he was.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I never put that together.
Yeah, the one who was
Yeah.
working for the bad guy
Yeah.
and setting up
Yeah.
the guy who Jack
Interesting.
character. Can't
Yeah.
remember his name in the Batman movie.
I don't remember
Yeah.
it either. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that again because I had forgotten that. I mean, that movie came
I
out.
got some weird
Wow.
ones. Narrowband signals repeating near Proxima B. Astronomers are trying to figure out what it is, but it keeps popping up. I've also heard there's one in the world where it's coming from somewhere deep underground, like near New Zealand, and they're trying to figure it, and it constantly repeats every 26 minutes, and has been for a long time.
They're not coming to this city, but they are, I believe, going to Charlotte. The Waymo cars.
Mm.
Have y'all seen the chaos that those have been producing of late in certain areas? Like where it'll go the wrong way down a one-way street, right?
Yeah, they have to be trained enough. They're also not always using full self-drive, I've just seen.
Yeah, no, they're
Apparently, there are times when a remote driver takes charge of the car.
yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
And nobody's saying whether those people actually have driver's licenses or not.
Oh, that's not a good thing at all to
Like,
point out.
Nobody's asking.
No, we probably should.
Could be a 5-year, could be a 10-year-old on his Nintendo for all we know.
A PlayStation.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not good at all. You ever play like the Need for Speed games or Grand Theft Auto?
We're getting there.
Yeah, no, like or what is it? Old 90s game, Midtown Madness or something like that.
Interesting.
So,
I think next month's going to be fun.
what's
Yeah.
that?
So they're currently putting the Deep is the company. They're putting in a saturation platform right now, and the Keys is being put down now. They'll do the first mission next month, which will be well, next month or month after, but it'll be 7 days with somebody living out of the new platform in the Keys, which is step back towards having a permanent presence on the bottom of the ocean, which was kind of the goal.
Well, that's
for
awesome.
all along.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that that is, actively their first platform is going in right now, is kind of cool. So I've been following that, and then we're launching Artemis next week. Like
Yeah.
that's pretty cool. So like, if nothing else, we have some really cool science that's happening
Oh yeah.
next month. So I'm excited about those two. 'Cause
Hopefully next month
those
is a
fall-
happy one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had like
My birthday's
fit-
next month. I mean, how can it not be?
it'll
There
be
you go.
excellent. Oh, I got a bunch of people in my family that have birthdays in April. So yeah,
My birthday is one of the rare ones.
okay.
If you look at like,
We might not should
people
put that on the internet.
No, I'm just saying, like,
Yeah.
like if you look at how often people are born, like,
Not April Fools.
no, because there's like, what is it? Like September is huge, There's less people at certain.
Yeah, no,
less
we had this.
people at certain days.
Well, no, we're not having this conversation again because I back counted my birthday to when no. Yeah, that messed up. I don't want to talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is
Your sale.
Yeah, no. My name is Neal Parker. This is Gene Hobbs, and on the far end is David Bliss. Thank you all for being here. It's been an absolute pleasure. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This has been quite a lot of fun.
Thank
We
you.
went longer than normal too.
That's fine. We will do some editing somehow, and we will make mini videos out of this one. But guys, it's been a lot of fun. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this was fun.
This was fun. Everybody be well.